Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Otis-Bison Cougar broadcast. Today we find ourselves in beautiful Otis, Kansas. Against the Lady Cougars tonight will be the Ness City Lady Eagles.
And tonight is Snowball.
Up for the Eagles is number 3, Tiana Smith.
And up for your Otis-Bison Cougars, Hope Lumpkins. Ball is up.
Ness City with the ball. Number 2, Angela getting that down to number 12. Ashland putting up for 2. No good. Struggle for the ball. Ashland going to back out to Angela. Going to run it through the lane. Back out to Tiana at the far, about mid-post. Put up for 2. No good. Number 12, Ashland with the ball. Getting it, and there's a call on the court. Turnover to the Cougars.
Hope tossing it into Grace. Back over to Hope. She'll bring it down the farther side of the court. Now back over to Grace at the closer side. Clear down to 11 at the close wing. Over to Grace now at the... back up to Hope at the top of the key. Now over to Paula at the far wing. She'll toss it into Grace at the low post. Up for 2. No good. Eagles now with the ball.
Ashton getting hand the ball off to Angela. Throwing it now over to number 22, Tegan. Back over to Angela. Going at the top of the key. Going to throw it down to Ashton at low post. Put up for 2. And the shot is good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Trying to shoot it back, but it goes over Haley McMillan's head and out of the court. And Ness City will have the ball.
Tegan throwing it over to Angela at low post, put it up for 2. Shot is no good. Struggle for the ball. Angela with the rebound, going to get it out to Ashlyn, hand it off to number 33, Isabella. Puts up for 2, no good. Isabella with the ball now, going to hand it, and there is a 3-second violation. Turnover to the Cougars.
Hope throwing in the ball for your Cougars at the baseline. She'll toss it into Grace at the farther side of the court. Now back over to Hope. Down to Marissa Reaver now at the close wing. Down to Paula. Tipped off by the Eagles, and looks like Cougars put it up for 2. Eagles back to the ball.
Angela getting the ball down to Tiana, putting up for 2, and the shot is good for 2.
Cougars back with the ball at the baseline. Tossing it into Haley. Ball is tipped.
Number 22, Tegan with the ball at low post. Going to throw it over to Angela. Now going to dribble it around. Over back to number 12, Ashlyn.
Cougars now with the ball. Hope has it, bringing it down the court. Take a slow jog down it. Now at the top of the key. Over to Haley now at the close wing. Down to Marissa at the corner. Back up to 20 at the short corner. Up for 2, and it's good.
Angela with the ball. Going to bring it back down the center of the court. Going to go down the lane, put it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Whistle is blown, and a timeout is called by the Cougars coach. Cougars back with the ball at the baseline. Hope has it now. She'll look around for some options. Finds Grace Smith. Now back over to Hope, bringing it down the farther side of the court. She'll take it to the far wing. Down to Grace at the corner. Into Marissa, fight for the ball, and it goes out of the court. And it will remain with the Cougars. And Marissa will be at the baseline for your Otis-Bison Cougars. Marissa looking for some options. Tosses it into, ball is tipped by the Eagles.
Taken with the ball, going to bring it back down to low post. Put up for 2, no good.
Cougars back with the ball. Paula has it now at the high post. Now back over to Hope Lumpkins. Down to Paula at the far wing. Now over to number 11 at the corner, Haley McMillan. Up to Hope. Now back down to McMillan. Down to Marissa Reaver. Up for 2 at the short corner, no good. Fight for the rebound, and Eagles end up with it.
Angela with the ball, going to throw it back down to number 33, Isabel Fuchs, putting up for 2, and the shot is good.
Cougars back with the ball. Haley McMillan has it. Now over to Hope at the close wing. And the Eagles will knock it out of the court, and Cougars will remain with the ball at the sideline. So Cougars will call in 2 subs, and that'll swap out Hope with Abigail at the sideline. Abigail throwing the ball now over to Grace. Back over to Abigail. She'll bring it down the closer side of the court. Down to Paula. The ball is stolen by the Eagles.
Isabel with the ball, going to hand off to Angela. Going to bring it back down. Over to Tiana, putting it up for 2. No good. Number 22 taking with the rebound, though. Gets it out to number 2. Angela going back down the lane. Try putting up for 2. No good.
Cougars back with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the center of the court now. She'll take it to the close wing. Out to Haley McMillan. Up to Grace at the top of the key. Now over to 22, Maria at the far wing. Down to Paula now at the short corner. And it rolls out of the court again. Looks like Ness City will call in some subs. And Abigail will have it at the baseline. Abigail looking for some options. Finds Grace. Stolen. Tipped off by the Cougars again. Back over to Eagles now.
Angela with the ball. Going to bring it back down. Going over to Tiana. Throwing it down over to Ashton, putting up for 2. And the shot is good.
Cougars back with the ball. Grace bringing it down the court. She'll take it to the top of the key. Now down to Paula at the far wing. Goes past her, though, and out of the court. Turnover to the Eagles.
Number 30, Hannah Younger, will be throwing the ball in. Ball's thrown into number 2, Angela. Back out to number... ball's being thrown around. Number 30 with the ball. Hannah Younger going to throw it over to Hagan. Hands it off to Angela. Bring it back over to number 21, Emma. Back over to Hannah, putting up for 2, and the shot is no good. Younger going to throw it over to Angela at close wing, put it up for 3, no good. Number 34 with the ball, Jewel Hurst. It goes out of bounds. Turn over to the Cougars.
Cougars back to the ball at the far sideline. Abigail now with it. She'll throw it into Grace. Grace taking it down the court at a walking's pace. Down to Haley McMillan. Fight for the ball, and the Eagles steal it again.
Hagan bring the ball back over, thrown over to number 21, Emma, putting up for 2, no good.
Cougars now back with it. Abigail bringing it down the court. She'll take it to the close wing, down to the low post, up for 2, and it's good.
Number 2, Angela Torres will bring the ball back down to number 34. Jewel put it up for 2, no good. Rebounds it, getting out to number 22. Tegan put it up for 2, no good. And it is good.
Abigail back with the ball. Now over to Paula at the close wing. Down to Abigail, fight for the ball, and it rolls out of the court, and it's back over to Eagles.
Ball is thrown in over to Angela. She's going to bring it back down to Eagles side. We're going to go hand the ball off to number 21, Emma. Legit, put it up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars back with the ball now. Abigail bringing it down the court. She'll take it to the close wing. Out to Hope now. Up to Grace at the top of the key. Now over to Abigail. She'll take it and drive down to the low post. Up for 2. Shot goes over the rim. No good. Fight for the rebound as Haley gets it. Another fight for the ball, and it'll be called a jump ball. Turnover to the Eagles.
Ball's thrown in to Angela. She's going to bring it back down. Looks like she's going to hand it off to number 30, Hannah Younger. Back over to Emma. Back over to Hannah. Back over to Angela, dribbling around. Number 34, Jewel puts it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. Now over to Paula at the far wing. She'll look around, finds Grace at the top of the key. Back down to Abigail at the far close corner, my bad. Up for 3, no good. Fight for the rebound, and the Eagles will get it.
Number 21, Emma was caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Hope now with the ball at the far sideline. She'll toss it into Haley McMillan, my bad. She'll take it down over to Hope now at the far wing. She'll look around for some options. She'll drive down the baseline. Now at the low post. Ball rolls off of her foot, though, and out of the court. Turnover to the Eagles.
Ball's thrown back in over to Angela. She's going to bring it back down the center of the court. Going to go down to close side. Over to Emma now. At close post, put up for 2. No good. Emma with the rebound, though. Gets it back out to Angela. Going to go down the low post. Thrown over. Intended for Jewel, but goes out of bounds due to the Cougars. And it will remain with the Eagles. Younger throwing the ball back in. Goes over to Jewel, puts up for 2, no good.
Cougars back with the ball. Haley McMillan bringing it down the court at a jogging pace. Now over to Hope at the far wing. She'll go up to the top of the key. Now over to 20. Stolen by the Eagles. She tries to pass it to Paula.
Number 10, Brindley Schwinn bringing it back down, put it up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars back with the balls. 5 seconds on the clock. Grace has it at the top. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Up for 3. Falls short and no good. That'll be the end of your first half of your varsity girls game. In the end, your Cougars will be at 4. Ness City Eagles, 18. starting off your second half of the game. Cougars will have the ball. Hope Lumpkins thrown into Haley. Now over to Hope at the farther side of the court. She'll take it to the far wing. She'll drive into the high post. Now up to Grace Smith at the top of the key. She'll pass it over to Hope now. Down to intended for Marissa. Stolen by the Eagles.
Number 3, Tiana with the ball. Going to throw it back out to number 22, Tegan at close. Throw it back out to number 33, Isabel. Fuchs going down to number 34, Jewel at the low post, but up for 2. No good as it goes out of bounds. Tegan throwing the ball in over to Tiana at the far wing. Going to dribble it around. Mid post, put up for 2. No good. Ball is stolen back by number 12, Ashland. She's going to hand it off to Tiana, putting up for 2. No good.
Cougars get the ball. Grace Smith bringing the ball back down the court. She'll end up at the short corner. Up for 2. No good. Eagles with the rebound.
Tiana with the ball once again. Going to bring it back down with some speed. Going down to close corner. Back out to Isabel, over to Ashland now, and she was caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Grace bringing the ball back down the court now. She'll take it to the mid-court line. Now over to Hope at the close wing. Into Haley McMillan up for 2. Ball falls short, and Grace with the rebound. Now out to Paula at the far wing. She'll take it and up to the top of the key. Now over to Hope. Hope driving down to the free throw line. Now to Reaver at the close corner. She'll toss it over to, I believe that was intended for McMillan, but it'll go over her head and out to Grace, and a whistle's blown. Turnover to Ness City.
Ashland with the ball. No, never mind. Tegan with the ball. Going to throw it in over to Tiana Smith. Bringing it back down. Chucking it down to Ashland at low post. Back out to number 34, Jewel at high post, put up for 2. No good. Tegan with the rebound. Going to get it back out to Ashland at low post. Back over to high post. Isabel hands it off to Tiana at top of the key. And there's another line, 3-second line violation. Turnover to the Cougars.
Grace bring the ball back down the court now for your Cougars. She'll take it while getting swatted at by the Eagles. Now over to Hope at the close wing. She'll look around. Ball is tipped as she tries to pass it over to Paula.
Number 21, Emma with the ball. Going to get it back over to number 30. Younger put up for 2. No good, but number 11 gets it up, and it's good.
Cougars tossing the ball. Grace Smith with it now at the farther side of the court. Now over to Haley at the top of the key. Now over to Hope at the close wing. Down to Marissa at the corner. She'll take it up to Grace now at the top of the key. Down to McMillan, up for 2. No good. Cougars steal back the ball from the Eagles, though, as they toss it in. Hope has it now at the far wing. She'll drive into the lane. Up to Grace now at the high post. She'll go into the lane. Up for 2. No good. Eagles with the ball.
Number 2, Angela, going to throw it back down over to Isabel. Hand it off to number 21, Emma, going down the lane. Put it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Cougars back with the ball. Grace Smith with it now at the top of the key. Now over to Hope at the close wing. She'll drive down to the low post, up for 2. Shot goes wide. Now over to Reaver. Reaver rebounds it. No good. And Eagles will get the ball.
Number 2, Angela, throws it down to Emma at the far wing. Going to throw it back over to Angela at the top of the key. Hand it off to number 30, Isabel. Puts it up for 3, and the shot is no good. Taken with the rebound, though, trying to get it in, and there is a call on the court. Jump ball, and it will remain with the Eagles. Kagan will be throwing the ball in over to number 2, Angela, going to dribble it around. Back over to Younger. Now over back down to number 2, 22, Tegan. Over to Angela. Tegan, or Younger puts it up for 3, no good.
Paula now has the ball. Now over to Abigail. She'll take it down to the center of the court. Now up to the top of the key. She'll go down to the close wing, try to drive, but the Eagles swat the ball out of her hand, and it rolls out of the court. That'll place Abigail at the closer sideline. Timeout will be called by the Cougars coach. 30-second timeout. Cougars go back on the court. Abigail now has it at the close swing. She'll toss it into Grace at the close wing. Now up to Abigail at the top of the key. She'll go down to the closer wing. Down to McMillan. Back out to 24. Now out to McMillan at the close wing. Up for 3. Shots no good. Fight for the rebound. And a whistle's blown. A shove is called.
Number 30, Hannah Younger, was caught pushing.
That'll place Abigail now at the baseline. She'll toss it into McMillan at the high post, up for 2. Bounces off the back of the rim, no good. Eagles now back with the ball.
Number 3, Tiana with the ball going down low post, put up for 2, no good. Number 34, Jewel with the ball.
Cougars steal the ball. 20. Grace Smith has it now at the far wing, my bad. Now to Paula at the close wing. Back up to Grace. Look around. Now to 24. Abigail at the far wing. Down to Paula at the short corner. Back out to Abigail. She'll drive to the high post. Now to 20. Grace Smith at the top of the key. Up for 3. No good. Grace rebounds it. Puts it up for 2, and it's good.
What number is that? 30. Hannah Younger, she was caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars tossing in the ball. Abigail bringing it down the center of the court. She'll take it down to the mid post. Now over to Grace Smith at the close wing. Down to McMillan at the close corner. Up for 3. Shots no good.
Isabel Fuchs with the ball. Ball goes out of bounds against the Eagles. Turnover to the Cougars.
Abigail will have the ball at the far sideline. She'll toss it into Grace. Grace will take it to the top of the key. Now over to the high post. Now to Abigail at the top of the key. Now over to Grace at the close wing. Up to McMillan at the top of the key. She'll drive and go down to the, I believe that's 22. Maria that tried to get the ball passed down to her, but it slips out of her hands and out of the court. Turnover to the Eagles.
Number 34, Jewel Hurst throwing the ball in to number 30, Hannah Younger, going to bring it back down on the far side of the court. 2 minutes and 35 on the clock. Ball's handed off to Ashlyn. Back out to Hannah. Back over to Jewel. Now over to Isabel. Ball's thrown around a few more times. Ends up with Tiana. There's a call on the court. Turn over to the Cougars.
Eagles call in 4 subs. And looks like the Cougars will call in 1 as well. Looks like she'll swap out McMillan. Cougars throwing the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. She'll take it to the closer wing. Now down to the corner. Back up to the wing. Now over to Hope at the top of the key. Now over to Grace at the far wing. Back over to Abigail now at the closer wing. Now over to Grace. Grace at the close wing now. Now over to Paula at the far wing. Down to, I believe that was Jacobitz, but Eagles get in front of her and take the ball.
Angela getting the ball down to number 10, Brindley. She puts it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Abigail now with the ball for your Cougars, bringing it down the closer side of the court. Now to the top of the key. Over to Hope at the far wing. Over to Grace at the close wing. Down to Paul at the far wing. Back up to Grace. She'll take it down to the wing again. Up to 24, Abigail. Now over to Paul. Now, my bad. Hope. Ball is tipped as she tries to pass it over to Grace.
Number 21, Emma getting the ball. Shot put up for 2, no good.
Cougars steal the ball right back. Hope with it now at the close top of the key.
Angela stealing the ball back. Going to get it back down to number 22, Tegan Legit. Going to hand it off back off to Emma. And she was caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars tossing the ball. Abigail bringing the ball back down the court. Tried tossing it into McMillan, but it's stolen by the Eagles again.
Angela getting it down to Hannah. Hannah back. Try to go off to ball stolen.
Cougars now with the ball. Haley McMillan now with the ball at the closer wing. She'll look around, finds Hope at the top of the key. Tipped off, but Grace will recover it. Now down to McMillan at the close wing. She'll take it down to the low post, up for 2, and it's good. And a whistle, I believe, will be called on the Eagles as she drives down to the basket.
Was against number 10, Brindley Schwind. Holding.
I'll place number 11, Haley McMillan, up for some free throws with 1 shot. She'll put up at the free throw line. No good. Fight for the rebound, and the Cougars will end up with it. Haley McMillan now with the ball again. And a block will be called, I believe, on the Eagles.
Calls against number 10, Brindley. She was caught blocking. Timeout was called on the Cougars. Be back in 30.
Both teams return to the court. Hope has it now at the baseline. She'll look for some options. Toss it into McMillan now at the close wing. Down to Hope at the corner. She'll drive down the baseline. Up for 2. Shot goes over the rim. No good. And Maria will get the rebound. But it looks like they fight for the ball. And it will be called a jump ball. Cougars will remain with it this time. Hope has it now at the baseline. She'll toss it in to Grace now at the close wing. Now over to McMillan at the far wing. Up to Paul at the top of the key. Down to stolen by the Eagles and knocked out of the court by Grace. And that'll place the Eagles at the closer sideline.
Taking with the ball. Going to throw it over to Hannah. Younger. Going to bring it back down to Eagles side. Hand it off to number 21, Emma, putting it up for 2, no good. Little struggle for the ball on both teams, and jump ball will be called. Eagle ball. Taking, throwing the ball into Hannah. Ball goes out of bounds against the Eagles, and it will be turned over to the Cougars.
Cougars now back with the ball. Grace Smith bringing it down the court. 5 seconds on the clock. Now at the close wing. Over to the Eagles, steal it.
Taken with the ball, going to put it up for 3. No good.
That buzzer will be the end of your ball game. At the end, your Otis-Bison Cougars 8, Ness City Eagles 24. Be back for the JV boys.
We'll use this and let's go ahead and put the head on it. You can go, Chase. Oh, okay.
Welcome back to the second game of the night. Up for the Eagles is number 4, Benjamin Durham. And up for the Cougars is number 21, Logan Meyer. Ball's up over to the Eagles, number 35. Austin going to run it around. Going over to number 13, Caden, at top of the key. Going to dribble it over to number 4, Benjamin. Going to dribble it back over to number 15, Tyler, at top of the key. Over to the far corner where number 13 is. Back over to Benjamin at top of the key. Over to close swing, number 35, Austin. Back out to number 15, Tyler. Back over to number 4, Benjamin at far wing, far corner. Back over to the close corner, number 13, Caden. Back to Tyler. Over to Benjamin now. Back over to 15, not a 13. Back over to Benjamin at top of the key. Throwing a ball's being thrown around. Back over to Benjamin. Over to number 12. There is no number 12 on the list. Never mind, there is. It's Dakota. Over to. Ball is almost lost, but the ball goes over to number 13, Caden. Back over to Benjamin at top of the key. Hands off to number 15, Tyler. Back over to Caden. Back over to Benjamin at far wing. Over to number 13, Caden. Back over to Benjamin at close swing. Going to throw it over to far corner where number 13 is. Hands it off to number 12, Dakota. Ball's been thrown around. Back over to Benjamin. Now over to number 15, Tyler. Back at the Caden, putting up for 3, and the shot is good. Number 1, Jake Hoopengartner with the ball now. Going to bring it back down to Cougar territory. Going to try to find his option. Thrown over to number 25, Kelson Juno. Down to Blackburn at low post. Put up for 2. No good. He'll struggle for the ball. Jake with it. Hand off to Lewis McVeigh. Going to go down to mid post. Put up for 2. No good.
Eagles back with the ball. 4 has it now at the farther side of the court. We'll take it over to 15. Now at the close wing. Down to 35 at the corner. Back up to 4 at the close wing. Up to 12 at the top of the key. Down to 15 at the far corner now. Up to 4. No look around. Over to 35 at the close wing. Down to 15. Back up to 35 at the top of the key. Now over to 4 at the far wing. 35. Now over to 15 top at the close wing. Down to 13. Back up to 35. Now over to 12. Back to 4 at the far wing. Over to 12 again. Veer down to 13 at the corner. Back up to 35. Now over to 12. Back down to 4. Back up to 12. Now over to 35. Now over to 4. Now over to 35. Now over to 13, close corner. Back up to 4. Now over to 15, far wing. Back to 35. Back up to 4. Now over to 13. Down to 15. He'll drive down the baseline, and looks like he'll step out of bounds. Turn over to the Cougars.
Nick Hoopengartner throwing the ball back in over to Kelson Juno. Hand it back off to Jake. Over back to Kelson. Hand it back to Cougar side. Throwing over to Lewis McVeigh. Going down to low post. Putting up for 2, and the shot is good.
Eagles back with the ball. 35 taking it down the court. Once they end up at the top of the key. Now over to 4 at the close swing. Back up to 35. Down to 15. Over to 35 again for the low post. It looks like the ball slipped from his hand and out of the court. Turnover to the Cougars.
Jake Hoopengartner throwing the ball back in. Over to Kelson Juno. He's going to bring it back down to Cougar side, down the center. Over to Blackburn at low post. Puts it up for 2, and it's good for another 2.
Ness City Eagles back with the ball. 35 taking it down the court. Now we're at 15 at the far wing. He'll drive up to the high post. Now we're to 4 at the top of the key. 4 with it now. Now we're to 35 at the corner. He'll look around, tries to pass it down to, I believe that's 12. He'll put it up for 2 at the short corner, no good. Now back out to 13, close swing, up to 4 at the top of the key. He'll look around, down to 13 again. Over to 35, back over to 15. Down to 12, and the lane up to 2, and it's good.
Jake Kupengardner with the ball, going to bring it back down to Cougar's side. Hand it off to Kelson at the close side of the court, going down over to middle lane, or middle post. Tries putting up for 2, no good. Ball goes out of bounds, and there is a call on the court.
It'll be against number 4, Benjamin Durham, and will be caught with I believe that's a hand check.
Kelson Juno with the opportunity for a point or two. First shot is up, and it's good for a Cougars point. Second shot is up by Kelson, and it's good for another point.
Eagles back with the ball, 4 bringing it down the court now. Now down to 15, corner, up for 3, shot goes over the net, no good. Cougars back with the ball.
Don Pauly with the ball, bring it back down. Going to bring it down the close corner now. Going over to Lewis McVeigh at the far wing. Putting on the low post, handing off to Logan Meyer, putting up for 2, no good.
Eagles back with the ball, 4 has it, bringing it down the farther side of the court. Now at the low post, up for 2. Shots no good. Cougars back with the ball.
Little struggle for the ball.
Eagles back with it. 1 now has it at the far wing. They'll drive to the 3-throw line, stolen back by the Cougars.
Kelson Juno with the ball now. He's going to bring it back down. Center of the court. Going over to Sean at the far wing. Going to dribble it around a little bit. Goes over to Landon Blackburn at the near top of the key. Over to Logan. Hands it off to Lewis. Puts it up for 2, and the shot is good for 2.
Eagles up now. 1 has it, bringing it down the top of the key. Now over 4, close wing. He'll look around, goes into the lane. Back out to 15. 15 tries to drive up for 2 from the lane. No good. Cougars back with the ball.
Number 25, Kelson Juno, bringing it back down to Cougars' side. Hand it off to Logan Meyer. Blackburn puts it up for 2, and the shot is good for another 2.
Eagles back with the ball. 4 bringing it down the closer side of the court. Now at the close wing. Over to the 35 now. Down to 1 at the far corner. Back over to 35 at the far wing. Now up to 4. Down to 15 at the close corner. Back up to 35 at the close wing. Now up to 1 at the top of the key. Down over to 4. 4 up to 1. Now back down to 4 at the far wing. He'll look around, tries to drive a little bit, but the Cougars block him. Now up to 1. He's at the top key. Now over to 15, close wing. He'll drive down. Passing it back out to 35, close corner, up for 3. Shots no good, down to 12. Cougars get the ball.
Sean with the ball, going to throw it over to Logan. Over to Kelson. He's going to bring it back down. He'll hand it off to Sean. Back over to Kelson. Going to go down the low post, try to put it up for 2. Ball goes out of bounds against the Eagles, and it'll will remain with the Cougars. Jake's going to throw the ball back in, hands it off to Logan Meyer, and back over to Jake at close corner, put it up for 3. Shot is no good. Ball's rebounded.
Eagles back with the ball. 13 has it at the far corner, back to the wing. Now 35 close wing, up for 3. Shots no good. Fight for the rebound. Cougars back with it.
Blackburn getting the ball over to Jake. He's going to bring it back down on the far side of the court. Going over to Sean. Going to bring it back down the close wing. Hand off to Blackburn at the top high post.
Tip the ball out of the court. Cougars with the ball. That's far wing. Not far wing. Far sideline.
Jake's going to throw the ball in. Over to Blackburn, going down to low post, try putting up for two. Shot is no good, but there's a call on the court.
It'll be against number 50, and he'll be caught pushing. That would be Blake Madden for your Ness City Eagles.
Shot is up. First shot is up by Lander, and it's no good. Lander will have one more opportunity for a point for the Cougars. Second shot is up. And it's good for a Cougar point.
Eagles back with the ball now. 13, has it in the close corner. He'll drive down the baseline, up for two, and it's good. Cougars back with the ball.
Jake with the ball, going to bring it back down to Cougars' side, going on the far end of the court. 5 seconds on the clock. Jake's going to put up for three from top of the key. No good. And out of bounds against the Cougars.
Eagles
That is the buzz.
ball, and that's the buzzer. Into your first quarter, your Otis-Bison Cougars 11, Ness City Eagles 7.
Hey, turn up Preston a little bit.
Both teams return to the court for your second quarter of the game.
Cougars will start off with the ball. Lewis McVay throwing it in over to Jake. Going to back down the Cougar side. Hand off to Kelson Jr. at the close swing. Going to throw it in over to Logan Meyer. Hand off to Jake now. Back over to Logan at mid-post. Puts it up for two. No good. Lewis with the rebound. Put it up for two at low post. No good.
Eagles back with the ball. 35 has it to the close side of the court. Now over to one. Easily taking it down the center. Now over to 15, far wing. Down to 50. Ball is stolen by the Cougars.
Kelton with the ball now, bringing it back down. Hand it off to Lewis McVay at the far wing. Back over to Logan Meyer. Hand it off to Blackburn. Put it up for two at low post. No good. Logan with the rebound. Puts it up for two, and it's good.
Eagles back with the ball. 35 has it now, taking it down the court. Now over to one at the farther side, down at the corner. Up to 35. Now over to 15 at the far wing. Down to 34. Back up to 35 at the top of the key. Now over to one at the close wing. Back up to 35. Down to 34. Up to one now at the top of the key. Down to 34 again at the far wing. Now over to 35 at the close corner. Down to 50. Ball rolls out of the court against the Eagles. Turnover to the Cougars.
Lewis McVay throwing the ball in over to Blackburn, or over to Jake. Going to bring it back down to Cougar side. Going down center of the court. Going to go to the far side, going down to low post, puts it up for two, and the shot is good for two.
Eagles back with the ball. One has it now at the top of the key. Down to 34 at the closer wing. Look around for some options. Find 35 now up to 15 at the top of the key. Back over to 35. Back to 1 at the top of the key. And a whistle is blown as he passes over to 15. Turnover to the Cougars.
Ball starting in over to Hoopin Gardner. He's going to bring it back down to Cougar side. Down center of the court. Going to go down the close wing now. Going down to low. There's a call on the court. That looks of it against the Cougars.
Eagles back with the ball. 4 has it now at the close wing. Now over to 35 at the far wing. Down to 15 at the corner. He shoots it into 12, but it goes past his fingers and out of the court. Turn over to your Otis-Bison Cougars.
24, Lewis McVeigh throwing it in over to number 1, Jake Hoopengardner. He's going to bring it back down to Cougars territory. Jake's going to go in down the close, throw it over to Logan Meyer at low post, put it up for 2. Shot is no good. McVeigh with the rebound, puts it up for 2, no good. Rebounds it again. Calling the jump ball will be called. Eagles.
Eagles returning the ball now. 4 has it down the closer side of the court. Now at the close wing. He'll look around. Now we're to 34 at the far wing. Up for 3. Shot hits the front of the rim. No good. Cougars with the rebound.
Jake with the ball, going to bring it back down to Cougars side on the far end. Going to go down top of the key over to Lewis McVeigh at far wing. Going to hand it off to Blackburn at low post, put up for 2, and the shot is good.
Cougars now back with the, no, Eagles back with the ball, my bad. 35 has it, top of the key, now over to 4 at the far wing. He'll look around, back to 35 at the top of the key, over to 4, down to 34 now at the far corner. Back up to 35 at the top of the key, now over 15 at the close wing. He'll drive down, back out to 4 at the close corner, up for 3, and Cougars will get the rebound.
Kelson with the ball, going to bring it back down, run it through the lane, and there's a call on the court against the Eagles.
It'll be against number 15 for your Ness City Eagles, Tyler Wittenhun, I'm going to guess. And that'll be a hold.
Kelson's first shot is up, and it is good for a Cougars point. Kelson will have one more opportunity for another point for the Cougars. Second shot is up. No good.
Eagles back with the ball, 4 in a little bit of trouble at the corner. They'll toss it clear down. 12, ball is tipped out of the court. I believe that will remain with the Eagles. 1 has it now at the far sideline, my bad. Some teams calling some subs. Eagles are throwing the ball. 35 now has it. He'll take it to the top of the key. Now over to 15. Close wing. Now over to 1 at the far wing. He'll look around. He'll take it out to 15. Now to the close wing. Down to 34. From the close corner. Up to 35. Now over to 1 at the far wing. Down to 15 the corner. He'll drive in. And the ball is stolen from him.
Cooper Gardner with the ball. Going to bring it back down. Throwing over to Lewis McVeigh at low post. Going to put it up. Try to put it up for 2, but there's a call on the court against the Eagles.
It'll be against number 15, Tyler. He'll be caught pushing.
Jake will be throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Ball is in over to Seth, back over to Kelson at close wing. Put it up for 3, no good. Jake with the rebound at low post, puts it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Eagles now back with the ball. 34 has it, the far corner. Out to 15 at the close wing. Down to I believe that's one at the close corner. He'll put it up for three, and it's rebounded by the Cougars, with the Ness City Eagles to steal it right back. 15 now has it in the close wing, up for three. Shot's no good again. It goes out of the court against the Eagles. Turnover to the Cougars.
Ball's thrown in over to Jay Coopengardner. Going to bring it back down to Cougar territory. Down the center of the court. Bring it in over to over to Seth. Back over to Logan Meyer. Hands it back off to Seth. Back over to Jake. Going to go in over to close wing. Hand it back off to Lewis. Back over to Seth. Put up for three from the far wing. Put up, and it's good for three.
Eagles back with the ball. Four has it now at the far wing. They'll take it down to 35 at the close wing now. Down to one at the close corner. Back up to four at the close wing. Now with 34 at the far wing. He'll drive to the high post, up for two, and it's good.
Jake Coopengardner with the ball. Going to bring it back down to Cougar's side. On top of the key. Hand off to Lewis McVeigh at close wing. Hand close corner back over to Logan at low post. Put up for two. No good.
Eagles now back with the ball. Four has it now at the far wing. He'll drive it down to the free throw line. Down to one at the top of the key. Up for two, my bad. No good. Eagles back with the ball.
Jake with the ball. Going to bring it back down on the far end of the court. Hand it back off to Kelson Juna. Mid post. Put up for two. No good.
Eagles back with the ball. Four has it now at the close wing. He'll look around, try and find some options. Finds 34 now at the far wing. Up to four at the top of the key. Now down to one. Back up to 34 at the top key. Back to one close wing. Up to 35. Now over to four at the far wing. Back up to 35 at the top of the key. Now over to one close wing. Up to four now at the top of the key. Back over to one. One will drive down. He'll take it back out to four at the close wing. Four will drive, my bad. We'll try to pass it into 50. Fight for the ball. Cougars will end up with it.
Kelson with the ball, bringing it on the close end of the court, going to go down the low post. Hand out to Logan Meyer, also at low post. Back out to Seth at top of the key. Going to run it in. Ball goes out of bounds against the Eagles, and it will remain with the Cougars. Jake Coopengardner throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Over to Kelson June at the far corner. Now over to Logan Meyer near high post. Back over to Jake at close wing. Going to go down to low post, put up for two, and the shot is no good.
Fight for the rebound as the Eagles get it. One now has it at the close wing as they shoot it down there. Now four has it at the top of the key. Down to 35 at the far wing. Back up to one now at the top of the key. 12 goes down, drives to the low post, but looks like the Eagles will swat it out of his hands. Cougars will swat it out of his hands and out of the court. And Eagles number 12 will have it at the baseline. 12 throwing it in now. He finds four at the close wing. He'll go in to the mid post, up for two, no good. 50 with the rebound, up for two, no good. Cougars back with the ball.
Lewis McVeigh with the ball, going to hand it off to Blackburn at low post. Puts it up for two, and the shot's good from those 2 points.
Eagles back with the ball. Four has it now at the farther side of the court. Now up to 50 at the top of the key. Now over to 35. Now at the close wing. Now over to four. Four down to one at the far corner. Back up to four at the top of the key. He'll shoot it up for three. And no good. That'll be the buzzer, ending your first half of the JV boys. Your Otis-Bison Cougars 25. Ness City Eagles 9. Welcome back to the second half of the boys JV game.
Cougars with the ball. Kelson going to bring it back down to Cougars' side. Putting down center of the court. Going to run it in. Hand it off to Seth at close wing. Back over to Kelson at close corner. Back over to Ian at low post. Throw for the ball, and jump ball will be called. Turnover to the Eagles.
Number 1 for your Eagles will have the ball at the baseline. Down to 4. 4 taking it down the court. Now at the closer wing. He'll go up to the far wing. Now over to 13 to the far corner. He'll take it down to the short corner. Try to dribble it down the baseline, and it looks like he'll accidentally step out. Turnover to the Cougars.
Kelson Juno with the ball now. Going to bring it back down to Cougars' side. On down the center of the court. Hand out to Sean at the far wing. Going to go down to high post. Hand it off to Seth. Back over to Kelson in close corner. Got to find his options. Hand off to Ian at mid post. Jump ball will be called, and it will remain with the Cougars. Number 10, Seth Richardson, throwing the ball in. Intended for Kelson Juno, but doesn't quite make it and goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Eagles.
Eagles now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Number 4. They'll take it to the top of the key. They'll drive down the side of the lane. Up for 2. Shot's no good. 12 with the rebound. Up for 2 again. No good. Cougars back with the ball.
Kelson Juno with the ball, bringing it back down. Center of the court, going top of the key. Ball goes out of bounds against the Eagles, and it will remain with the Cougars. Timeout called on the Eagles.
Both teams return to the court.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball in. Over to Kelson Juno. Bring it back to Cougar side. Back over to Sean. Back to Kelson at low post. Put it up for 2. No good. Lewis with the rebound. Puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Eagles back with the ball. Number 1 bringing it down the court. Now down to 15, the closer wing. Down to 12 at the low post. Up for 2. No good. Cougars back with the ball.
Kelson going to bring the ball back on the far side of the court. Hand off to Sean. Going to bring it over to far wing. Put up for 3, and the shot's good for 3.
Cougars back. No, Cougars. Eagles back with the ball. 13 has it at the far wing. Now up to 4. They'll take it to the top of the key. Now over to 1 at the closer wing. Back out to 15 at the far wing. Down to 4 now at the closer wing. Over to 15 at the far wing. Over to 13 now at the corner. Back up to 4. 4 looking for some options. We'll toss it down to 1 at the far wing. Back over to 15 at the close wing. Down to 12 at the low post. Up for 2. Cougars with the rebound.
Kelson Juno with the ball now. Going to bring it back down. Center of the court. Going top of the key. Trying to find his options. Hand it off to Seth. Back over to Kelson. Throwing it down to Ian at low post. Puts it up for 2, and the shot is good for 2.
Eagles bring the ball back down the court. 13 with it now. He'll take it to the top of the key. Out to 15, close wing. He'll go down to the lane. Up for 2. Shot's no good. 12 with the rebound. Bounces a couple times, but it's in. Cougars back with the ball.
Number 25, Kelson Juno with the ball. Going to bring it back down. Cougar side. Hand off to Sean. Going top of the key. Back over to Ian. Back to Sean. Ball goes out of bounds. turnover to the Eagles.
Looks like the Cougars will call in some subs. For your Eagles, taking the ball back down the court this time. They'll take it to the top of the key. Now to one. One with the ball, taking it now to the far wing, down to 4 at the corner. He'll drive down the baseline, up for 2. Shots no good. Cougars with a rebound.
Kelson Jr. with the ball now, going to bring it back down on the far side of the court, going down to low post, hand it off to Lewis at mid post, put up for 2, no good. Ishmael getting the ball out to Memphis. He's going to dribble it around. And as it gets stolen, the Eagles step out of bounds, and it will remain with the Cougars. Sean will be throwing the ball back in.
Eagles calling a sub.
John throws it in over to Ishmael at mid post. Ball is stolen and knocked out of bounds. And it will remain with the Cougars. Lewis throwing it in over to Kelson. Back to Lewis. Puts it up for 2. No good. And ball goes out of bounds against the Eagles. Memphis with the ball. Put it up for 2. No good. Ishmael with the rebound, though. Gets it back out to Sean. Back out to Lewis. Gonna dribble it around. Looks like there's a struggle.
Number 1 for your Ness City Eagles, Braxton Ozard. It's caught with a hacking call.
Ishmael puts up his shot, no good.
Eagles back with the ball. Number 1 has it, taking it down the court. Now to 13, close wing, up for 3. Shot's good.
Ball's thrown in over to Kelson Juno, going to bring it down the center of the court. Going to bring it in over to close wing now. Back over to Lewis, putting up for 2, but the shot is good.
Eagles taking the ball back down the court. 34 has it at the far wing. And now to 15 at the top of the key. Now to 1 at the far wing.
Right in front of me.
Eagles with the ball now. 13 has it at the close wing. Now to 15 at the far wing. Out to 34 at the corner. Up for 3. Shots no good. Cougars back with the ball. 4 has it now, taking it down.
Oh, tries to put up for 2, but he loses it.
Eagles back with the ball. 1 has it now at the low post. Fight for it. Cougars steal it back.
Kelson Juno with the ball now, going to bring it back down. Hands it off to Lewis. Putting up for 2 at the mid post, and it's no good.
Eagles back with the ball. 1 has it now. They'll take it to the top key. Now over to 15th, far wing. Cougars grab the ball from him, though, and it's called a jump ball. Ball remaining with the Cougars. Eagles with the ball at the far sideline now. 4 has it, taking it down to the far wing. 12 tips the ball off.
Sean with the ball now, going to bring it back down to Cougars side. Going over to McVeigh, putting up for 2, and the shot's good for 2.
Back with the ball. 4 has it now to the far wing. Now up to the 3-throw line, out to 12 at the top key. Up for 3. Shot goes wide, no good. Cougars back with the ball.
Kelson Juno with the ball, running it back down the far end of the court. Hands it off. Well, puts it up for 2, no good. Ball is thrown back over to Sean from the Eagles. Goes over to number 24, Lewis McVeigh. Going to bring it back down on the far end of the court. 30-second timeout on the Cougars. Ball thrown in over to Kelson. Back down to Ian at low post. Putting up for 2. And the shot is good for 2.
Eagles back with the ball. 4 has it at the farther side of the court. They'll take it down to the top of the key. Down to 13 now at the closer wing. Looking around for some options. Out to 4 now. 4 driving it back down to the low post. Shoots it clear out to 13 now at the far wing. He'll drive down, and a block will be called.
Number 4, Sean Pauly was caught blocking.
Eagles throwing the ball. 13 up for 3, shots no good, and a whistle is blowing on the Cougars.
Number 4, Sean Pauly got a hand check.
Now plays 13 for your Ness City Eagles. Caden Harley up for some 3 throws. His first one's up, and it's good. Caden getting ready for his second 3 throw. It's up, and it's good. That one's up, and it's good.
Pelson Juno going to bring the ball back down. Right at the top of the key. Back over to Memphis at the far wing. Going to bring it over to Seth at the close wing. Back over to close corner. Down to low post. Ian puts up for 2. No good. Lewis with the rebound, though. Hands it off to Memphis. Puts up for 2. No good.
Eagles fight for the ball. In the corner, shoot it out to 50 now. Now over to 13 at the farther side of the court. Down to 12 at the low post. Ball goes off of somebody's foot. I believe that will be his own, and it goes out of the court. Turn over to the Cougars.
Pelson Juno with the ball now, bringing it back down to the Cougar side. Hands it off to Seth, the close wing. Back over, gonna bring it over top of the key, puts it up for 3. Shot is no good.
Eagles back with the ball. 4 has it now at the mid post, up for 2, and it's good. Cougars back with it with 30 seconds on the clock.
Kelson Juno with the ball now, bringing it back down. Going away at the top of the key. Back over to Seth at far wing. And going to bring it over. Hand off to Memphis. Back down to Ian. Puts it up for 2. Shot is good for 2.
Eagles will go for a long shot as they try to beat the buzzer, but it's no good. That'll be into the third quarter. Your Otis-Bison Cougars 40. Ness City Eagles 19. Eagles back with the ball now. 1 bringing it down the court to start off the fourth quarter. Now at the far wing, over to 34. He'll look around, goes up to 43 at the midcourt line, down to 1 at the close wing. Over to 34 at the far wing, up for 3. Shot off the back of the rim, no good. Fight for the rebound, and Eagles will get it. 4 now with it at the top of the key, up for 3 again, and it's good.
Seth Richardson with the ball. Going to bring it back down. Hand it off to Aiden George. Back out to Ishmael at low post. Puts it up for 2, and there's a call on the court.
Ball will be against number 15. He'll be caught pushing. Tyler with the penalty.
Ishmael's shot is up, and it is no good. He'll have one more opportunity for a point for the Cougars. Second shot is up, and it's good.
Eagles back with the ball now. 34 has it at the far wing. He'll look around. Up to 43 now at the midcourt line. Down to 15 at the mid post. Up for 2. Shots no good. Fight for the rebound. And the Cougars will get it.
Number 10, Seth Richardson bringing the ball back down. Going to bring it over to Ishmael at low post. Puts it up for 2. No good. Ishmael with the rebound. Try to put up another 2. No good.
Eagles back with the ball. 34 has it at the lane. Up for 2. Shots no good. Cougars back with the ball. Ball is tipped. Cougars will remain with it.
Sean with the ball. Put it up for 2. Going to throw it over to Ishmael. Hand off to Ian. Puts it up for 2, and it's good for another 2 points.
Eagles back with the ball now. 1 bringing it down the court. They'll take it down to the top of the key. Now over to 43 at the close wing. Over to 34 at the far wing now. He'll look around for some options. Goes down to the corner. Up to 1. 1 now down in the corner. Up to 4 now at the high post. Up for 2, and it's good.
And the timeout will be called. Seth throwing the ball in over to Sean. Going to bring it back down the Cougar side. Sean's going to hand it off to Aiden at close wing. Going to run it over the top of the key. Back over to Sean at far wing. Going around. Over to Ishmael at low post. Puts it up for 2, and the shot's good for 2.
Eagles now back with the ball. 1 bringing it down the court. Now down to 34. Close wing, up for 3. Shot hits the rim, no good. Fight for the rebound, and Cougars will get it.
Sean with the ball now, going to bring it back down. Over to Seth, back to Sean, over to Ian. Puts it up for 2, no good.
Eagles back with the ball again. 1 taking it down the court, now at the top of the key. Ball trips off his foot a little bit. Goes down the lane. Up for 2. No good. Fight for the rebound. 43 picks it up at the far wing. Ball is tipped, and Cougars will steal it.
Number 5, Ian with the ball. Hands it off to Aiden. Going to bring it back down. Over at the close wing. Back over to Ishmael. Going down the low post. Puts it up for 2. No good. And ball goes out of bounds against the Eagles. And it will remain with the Cougars. Seth will be throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Throws it over to Ian. Hands it off to Sean. Back over to Seth. Puts it up for 3. No good.
Eagles back with the ball. 4 has it, bringing it down the court. Now over to 13, close wing. Back up to 4. 4 at the top of the key, going into the lane. Up for 2. Shots no good. Fight for the rebound. And Cougars will get it.
Sean with the ball, putting up for 2, and it's no good.
Eagles getting the rebound. 15 bringing it down the court. Now on the far side. Down to the far wing. Now up to 4 at the top key. Back down to 13 at the close wing. Up for 3, and it's good.
Number 4, Sean Pauly with the ball, going to bring it back down. Going over to Ishmael at mid post. Put it up for 2, no good. Ball goes out of bounds against the Eagles, and it will remain with the Cougars. Ishmael getting the ball out to Ian. Back out to Seth, putting up for 3, and it's good for 3.
Eagles back with the ball. 4 taking it down the court this time. Back over to 13. 13 now over to 15 at the far wing. Up for 3. Shot misses. And out of the court. Turnover to the Cougars.
Number 4, Seth, Sean with the ball, going to bring it back down. 3 minutes and 45 on the clock. Sean's going to run it over, back over to Seth at the close wing. Back over to Ishmael at low post, putting up for 2, no good. There's a call on the court.
It'll be against number 50 for your Ness City Eagles. Blake Madden. That'll be a hand check. Ishmael puts up his first 3 throw. And is no good.
Second shot is up by Ishmael, and it is good for a Cougar point.
Eagles now with the ball. 13 has it, bringing it down the court now at the far wing. They'll take it down. Looking around for some options. Shoots it out to 4 at the midcourt line now. Back down to 13 at the wing. Tries to shoot it in, but looks at number 14 for your Cougars. Will block the ball and send it back out of the court. And Eagles have the ball at the far sideline. 4 shooting in for Eagles. Now over to 13. Back to 4 at the far wing. He'll look around. Shoots it over to 13. Now it's closer wing. Up to the top of the key. Out to 4. Down to 13 at the far wing now. He'll tip it. The ball will be tipped. Fight for the ball. Cougars will get it.
Seth with the ball, running it back down, putting it up for 2, and the shot's good for 2 points.
Eagles back with the ball. 4 has it now at the farther side of the court. He'll take it down to the far wing. Back out to 13. 13 taking it down to the corner now. Back up to 4 at the far wing. Down to 13 at the corner. Up for 3. Shot goes wide. No good. Cougars with the ball.
Seth Richardson with the ball, going to bring it back down to Cougar territory. Hand it off to Sean. Back over to Ishmael. Back over to Ian. Back over to Aiden. Over to Seth. Or Sean, my bad. Ishmael putting up for 2. No good. Ishmael with the rebound. Hand it off to Seth. Putting up for 2, and there's a call on the court.
It'll be against number 13, Caden Harley. Caught with a, that was a hand check.
Ball is up by Seth, no good. South will have one more opportunity for another point. Second shot is up, no good. Ian with the rebound, though, putting up for 2, and there's a call on the court.
It'll be against number 12, Dakota McDonald, and he'll be caught pushing. That'll put the Cougars up for another 2 free throws.
Ian Hazelhorst will put up his first free throw. No good. Ian will have one more opportunity for a point or 2, or for a point for the Cougars.
like the Eagles will fight for the ball, and it's called a jump ball. Eagles will remain with it, though. Number 50 for your Eagles at the baseline, throwing in into one. One taking it down the court. He'll take it to top of the key, now over to 43 at the closer wing. Back up to one, shoots over his head. Cougars steal the ball.
Sean putting up for 2, and it goes in the basket, and it's good for 2, but there's a call on the court against the Eagles.
It'll be against number 1, Braxton Brothers. He'll be caught with another hacking call.
Don will put up his first free throw here. It's up, and it's good for a Cougar point.
Cougars calling a sub, and number 50 for your Eagles will have it at the baseline. Eagle number 1 taking it down the court. Now at the farther wing, we'll take it down over to 34 at the far wing, up to 43, back over to 1 at the close wing, down to 12. Ball is tipped.
Ian with the ball, putting up for 2, no good. Seth with the rebound, though, putting it up, and it's good for 2 points.
Eagles back with the ball now. 1 has it, taking it down the court. Now over to 34 at the far wing, up for 3. Shot off the back of the rim, no good. Cougars with the Eagles fighting for the ball, and 1 will end up with it. Now at the closer wing, up to 43, now over to 34 at the far wing. Cougars steal the ball from the Eagles.
Memphis Jensen with the ball, going to bring it back down over to Seth. 1:20 on the clock. Seth's going to dribble the ball around, hand it off to Memphis, going top of the key. Back over to Seth, over to Ishmael now. Ball goes out of bounds, turnover to the Eagles. Ball is thrown over to Aiden, back over to Memphis, back over now to Ishmael at low post, put up for 2, and it's good.
Eagles back with the ball. 4 taking it down the closer side of the court. We'll take it to the top of the key now. Over to 43, shot up for 3, falls short, out of the court now, and turn over to the Cougars. 50 seconds now on the clock.
Ball thrown in over to Seth. He's going to bring it back down to Cougar territory. Going in, handing off to Memphis, going to top of the key. Hand it back off to Seth. Looks like the Cougars are trying to run down the clock, and there's a call on the court against the Eagles.
It'll be against number 1, Braxton Brothard. He'll be caught. Bozerth, my bad. He'll be caught pushing. Cougars with the ball at the close sideline.
Number 10, Seth Richardson, will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Cougars. Shot is up, no good. Looks like there's...
And that'll be the end of your ball game with that free throw.
Score is Cougars, 58. Ness City Eagles, 27.
Stay tuned for the Varsity girls.
start till 6:15. All right, we'll start at 6. Start at 6? Yeah. But you know, that's what they can play it. They'll start as soon as 6.
Okay. I thought we could start till 6:15.
Well, that's listed somewhere.
Would you like a voucher to go in?
I think that might be all right. But I take those today.
Activities Association and Otis-Bison High School appreciates your support of interscholastic activities and its principal objective. You are reminded that this is an educational event and the practice of good sportsmanship is encouraged by all. Please stand and honor the American flag with the playing of the national anthem by the Otis-Bison Pep Band under the direction of Jenny Kling. Let's meet the starters. For the Eagles, number 1, Danae Rodriguez. For the Cougars, number 1, Mo Pumpkins. For the Eagles, number 4, Mackenzie Tiltson. For the Cougars, number 2, Zoe Schwinn. For the Eagles, number 5, Anith Robledo. For the Cougars, number 21, Leela Weezy Kenyon. For the Eagles, number 23, Monica Jordan. For the Cougars, number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. For the Eagles, number 35, Hannah Delaney. And for the Cougars, number 43, Marissa Reber. The Lady Eagles are coached by Shelby Flax and assisted by Patrick Younger. And the Lady Cougars are coached by Jade Leonard and assisted by Sam Eady. Good luck tonight, girls.
Welcome back to the game. Eagles get the ball. Number goes over to number 5, Aneth. Back over to number 1, Diane. Back over to number 4, Mackenzie. Back over to Aneth. Back to Mackenzie. Back over to number 35, Hannah Delaney. Putting up for 2 from high post. No good. Diane with the ball. Going top of the key. Throwing it back out to number 23, Monica. Hand it back off to Aneth. Back over to Diane. Putting up for 2. No good. Ball goes back over to number 23, Monica. Back over to Diane now. call on the court against the Cougars.
It'll be against the number 1, Hope Lumpkins. She'll be caught with a hand check.
Anna throwing the ball into Delaney, putting up for 2. No good.
Cougars with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. Now over to Hope at the close wing. Now down to Zoe at the corner. Now she'll go up to the wing. Now over to Marissa at the far wing. Now up to Leela at the top of the key. Leela dribbling in. Looks like a referee's whistle doesn't work and decides to break, so that's always fun. And I'll place Hope Lumpkins at the far sideline for your Cougars. She'll throw it into Abigail. Abigail taking it down to the court. Now over to Leela at the close wing. Now over to Hope at the far. Down to the Reaver at the corner. Back up to Leela at the top of the key. Now over to Hope, close wing. She'll look around for some options. Up to the wing. Now over to Leela at the corner. Back over to Marissa. Marissa looking around. Finds Hope at the top of the key. Back over to Abigail now at the far wing. Now over to Zoe. Zoe up to Abigail. Now over to Leela at the closer wing. Into Abigail. Ball is tipped a couple times and turn over to the Eagles.
Number 1, Diane Rodriguez, bringing it back down. Going top, going to throw it over to Monica, and there's a call on the court against the Cougars.
It'll be against number 21 for your Otis-Bison Cougars, Leela Kenyon. She'll be caught blocking. Eagles with the ball at the baseline.
Number 5, Aneth will be throwing the ball in.
Looks like we're having some more troubles with the whistle.
Ball is in over to Mackenzie. She's going to throw it over to Delaney. Back over to Diane. Back over to Anna, that far wing. Going to dribble it in. Back over to Delaney. Back over to Mackenzie. Delaney puts it up for 3 from the close wing. No good. Monica with the ball now. Going to throw it back out to Anna. Trying to cross over to Mackenzie. Hands it off to Diane. Back over to Mackenzie. Throwing it back over to Anna, that high post. Putting it up for 2, and it's good for 2.
Cougars back with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. Shooting it down, and Eagles steal it.
Delaney stealing the ball. Going to get the ball over to Monica. Back over to Diane from the far corner. Putting it up for 3. Shot is no good. Mackenzie getting the ball. Going to run it over to high post. Puts it up for 2. No good. Ball is out of bounds against the Eagles. Turn over to the Cougars. Calls against number 23, Monica Jordan, pushing.
Cougars will have the ball at the baseline. Zoe throwing it into Abigail. Abby bringing it down the court now. Over to Hope. Now over to Zoe at the far wing. Down to Marissa at the corner. She'll dribble it a little bit. Back up to Zoe, and a double dribble will be called on the Cougars. Turnover to the Eagles.
Diane Rodriguez throwing the ball in. Going to bring it back down to Eagle territory, going down center of the court. Back over to Monica. Back to Diane at top of the key. Running the ball over to Aneth. Oh, now going top of the key. Throwing it down to the low post, Monica. Back over to Aneth at far wing. Going to go back over to Diane. Hand it back off to number 4, Mackenzie. She's going to bring the ball back over to Aneth at high post. Puts it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Cougars back with the ball. Hope has it now to closer side of the court. Now over to Abigail at the farther side. Down to Marissa. Ball is tipped, but Zoe will pick it up at the corner. Now up to Marissa at the wing. Now over to Hope at the closer wing. Down to McMillan now. McMillan trying to shoot the ball in. A little bit of a confusion. Trying to find it. Now over to Abigail at the closer wing. Up to Hope at the far wing. Now over to Zoe. Zoe putting it up for 3. Off the back of the rim and no good. Eagles back with the ball.
Diane with the ball, running down to close wing. Going to throw it over to Delaney. Back, hands it off to Mackenzie. High post. Back over to Aneth. Back to Diane at low post. And there's a call on the court against the Cougars.
It'll be against number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. She'll be caught blocking.
Ball's thrown in over to Diane. She's going to hand it back off to Anna at the top of the key. Putting up for 3. Shot is good for 3.
Cougars back with the ball now. Zoe bringing it down the court now. At the farther side. Fight for the ball. And a foul will be called, I believe, on the Eagles.
Calls against number 1, Diane Rodriguez, on the arm. Well, hand check.
Cougars with the ball. Marissa has it now at the far corner. Now over to Hope at the close corner. Up for 3. Shots no good. Fight for the rebound. And a jump ball will be called. And Cougars will remain with it at the baseline. Zoe has it now. She'll throw it over to McMillan now at the far wing. The ball will roll out of the court again. Cougars will have it at the baseline. Zoe throwing it in now. And looks like somebody crosses her restraining line.
Diane Rodriguez was caught stepping over the boundary.
Places Cougars back at the baseline. Zoe throwing it in looking for some options. Throws it into Abigail. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Up to Haley McMillan at the top of the key. She'll dribble it around. And a travel will be called on Haley. Turnover to the Eagles.
Diane throws it in over to Monica. Back to Diane. She's going to bring it back down to Eagle territory. Back over to Monica. She's going to throw it over to Delaney. Back over to Annette now. Going to chuck it up.
Cougars steal the ball from the Eagles. Abigail bringing it down the court now. She'll take it over to Hope now at the close wing. Up for 3. Goes over the basket and out of the court. Turnover to your Eagles.
Diane with the ball, going to throw it over to Monica. She hands it back off to Diane, bringing it back down to Eagle territory. Diane's going to bring it over, throwing it down to Mackenzie at low post, putting up for 2. Shot is good for 2.
Cougars back with the ball. Hope with it now. Now over to Zoe. Zoe over to Abigail. Down to Marissa at the close corner. Up for 2. Shots no good. Or short corner, my bad. Now over to Eagles.
Diane with the ball, running it back down. Going to truck it over to Mackenzie near the far corner. Going to throw it back over to Monica at mid-post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good, but there is a call on the court against the Cougars.
And it'll be against number 2, Zoe Schwinn. She'll be caught pushing.
Monica will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Eagles. First shot is up, and it is no good. Monica's second shot is up, and it's good for a Eagles point.
Cougars now with the ball at the baseline. They'll throw it into Abigail. Abigail now over to Hope at the closer side of the court. She'll go take it down. Now over to McMillan, but it's knocked out of the court by 4 on Ness City. Now place the Cougars back on the sideline. Zoe throwing it in for your Otis-Bison Cougars. Cougars throwing the ball. Abigail now has it. She'll take it down to the low post. Into Zoe. Bounces off, I believe, her foot and out of the court. Turnover to the Ness City Eagles.
Number 1, Diane with the ball, going to bring it back down to Cougars territory. Going to hand it off to number 13, Savannah Bowler. Hand it off to Anna, putting it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Cougars back with the ball now. Hope bringing it down the court. Now over to Zoe. Back over to Hope. Now over to Abigail at the farther side of the court. Back over to Hope at the close wing. Down to Haley now at the short corner. Back up to Hope. Now over to Abigail at the farther wing. Shoots it out.
Ashlyn Tilson getting the ball over to Savannah, trying to put up for two. No good, but Anna's getting the ball now. Going to try to throw it over to Ashlyn and goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars throwing the ball. Abigail taking it down the court. Now over to Hope. Back over to Zoe now at the farther side. Zoe taking it down the sideline. Over to Abigail now. Abigail at the free-throw line. That's the third line. Midcourt line. Back over to Zoe. And ball is stolen by the Eagles.
And it's getting the ball down to Savannah. Hands it off to Diane. Going down the low post, putting up for two. No good, but Ashlyn's there to rebound it. And there's a call on the court against the Eagles. Turnover to the Cougars. Calls against number 12, Ashlyn Tilson. She was caught pushing.
Now place Zoe at the baseline for your Cougars. She'll toss it around. It'll end up with Abigail. Now over to Hope at the closer side of the court. Back over to Abigail at the far side. Abby now over to Hope at the close wing. Now over to Abigail. Abby trying to take it down the court. Now over to Hope. Hope tossing it down to McMillan. Stolen by the Eagles, and it goes out of the court against the Eagles. And Cougars coach will call a timeout. Both teams return to the court. Zoe now has it at the baseline. Zoe looking for some options now. She'll throw it into Hope now at the closer side of the court. Hope taking it down to the far wing. Now over to Abigail. Abby looking around. Goes down, now over to Hope at the corner. Back up to Reaver at the top of the key. Now over to Hope. Ball is tipped. Fight for the court. Fight for the ball. And a whistle will be blown. And it'll be against Marissa Reaver, and she'll get a hand check.
Monica throwing the ball in. Over to Diane, bringing it back down to the Eagles side. Hands it back off to Monica at the far wing. Back over to Diane at the top of the key. Going to throw it in over to number 25, Andre.
Cougars back with the ball. Hope throwing it over to Marissa. Marissa now at the low post. Up for two, and a whistle's blown.
Balls against number 25, blue, Andrea Lopez. Hand check.
Marissa's first three throws up. It goes around the rim and no good. Marissa now getting ready for her second three throw. It's up, and it's good.
Ball's thrown in over to Diane. She's going to bring it back down. Thrown over to Monica. And intended for Diane. It crosses over center line and turn over to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball at the closer sideline. Hope has it now. She'll look around for some options. Throws it over to Marissa now at the far wing. She goes down to the high post. Stolen by the Eagles.
Number 13, Savannah, going to bring it back down. Going to now throw it over to Diane, she's going to go down the low, try going down the low post, hands it off to Ashton, putting up for 2, no good. Savannah with the rebound, thrown over to Ashlyn, and Ashlyn was caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars throwing the ball in now. Abigail taking it down the court. Now over to Marissa at the far wing. Over to Hope at the close wing. Up for 3. Bounces in and out, no good. And that's the buzzer. At the end of your first quarter, your Otis-Bison Cougars 1. Ness City Eagles 12. Oops, looks like we were muted there for a bit. Abigail now with the ball at the closer wing. She'll try to put it up, and Eagles back with the ball.
Delaney with the ball, going to...
Cougars steal it right back. Abigail taking it down the court now. Now over to Hope. Hope taking it down the closer side. Now at the close wing. She'll look around, finds Abigail at the midcourt line. She'll take it now over to Reaver. Reaver at the far wing. She tries to throw it down to McMillan, but it looks like it's tipped off of her fingertips and out of the court. That'll place the Cougars in the corner of the court. like the officials will have some discussions. And play will be resumed. Zoe looking for somebody to throw the ball into. Finds McMillan at the close wing. Now up to Hope at the top of the key. Back over to Abigail now at the closer wing. Back up to Hope. Now over to Zoe at the far wing. Down to Haley at the far corner. She'll go up to the wing. Over to Zoe now at the low post. Now over to Reaver. Reaver up for two. Off the back of the rim, no good. Fight for the rebound. And a fight for the ball. McMillan will pick it up. And time. Looks like the Cougars will call a timeout before the ball is stolen from them. Both teams return to the court. Zoe now has it at the baseline. Zoe looking for some options now to throw the ball into. She'll find Hope now at the close wing. Down to Abigail at the corner. Abigail will back up to the wing. Now over to Hope. Hope looking around. Finds Abby. Back up to Hope. Hope takes it down. Back out. Now over to McMillan at the top of the key. Now over to Reaver at the far wing. She'll dribble it down. Now over to Haley at the low post. Now to Abigail at the far wing. Up for three. Off the back of the rim, no good. Zoe with a rebound. And a whistle is blown as she tries to get the ball out of the corner.
Also against number 23, Monica. Holding will be the call.
That'll place the Cougars at the baseline. Zoe has it now into Abigail. Abby throwing it into Zoe. Back out to Abigail at the corner. Over to Hope now at the closer wing. She'll take it up to the high post. Tries to pass it out, but the Eagles steal it.
Number 35, Delaney getting the ball over to McKenzie. Back over to number 13, Savannah at top of the key. Gonna throw it over to Tiana, put it up for three, and the shot's good.
Cougars bring the ball back down the court now. Abigail taking it down. Now over to Hope, now at the farther side. Now over to McMillan at the close wing. And the ball is stolen by the Eagles. It rolls out of the court. It'll be against the Cougars. Eagles now at the closer sideline.
Monica throwing the ball in over to Savannah. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar's side. Or not Cougar, Eagles side. Back over to Monica, a close wing. Back over to close corner, McKenzie. Back over to Monica. Back over to number 13, Savannah. She's going to throw it over to McKenzie. Monica's going to get, Savannah's going to get the ball back over to number 35, Delaney at low post. Over to mid post, Tiana. Back over to 13, Savannah putting up for two, and the shot's good.
Cougars back with the ball. Abigail taking it down the court now. Now over to intended from number 43, Marissa Reaver, but it goes over her head, out of the court, and over to the Eagles. Looks like Eagles will call in some subs too.
Didn't realize. Number 13, Savannah with the ball. Going to try to find her options.
Fight for the ball as the Cougars try to steal it, and the Eagles take it back.
Tiana getting the ball back over to number 13, Savannah. Carrying the number, looks like number 13, or number 9, number 23, Savannah. Monica was caught carrying the ball. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail taking it down the court. Now over to Hope. Hope taking it down to number 11, McMillan, but it goes over her fingers and over to the Eagles.
Back to Delaney. She hands it off to Savannah. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar territory. Not Cougars. To the Eagle territory. Hands it off to Monica. Going to bring it back down to Ashlyn. And there's a call on the court. Turnover to the Cougars. As number 12, Ashlyn, was caught pushing.
Cougars bring the ball in down the court now. Now over to Zoe. Back over to Abigail taking it down the court. Now she's at the far quarter. She'll look around, finds Reaver at the far wing. Reaver looking for some options, finds Zoe at the high post. Tries to pass it into Abigail, but it goes over her head and out of the court. Turnover to the Eagles.
Ball thrown in over to Aneth. She's going to bring it back down, going down center of the court. Over to now number 12, Ashlyn, and there's a call on the court. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now back with the ball. Abigail taking it down the court. She'll throw it into Zoe. Now over to Reaver. Reaver at the low post. Reaver trying to shoot it over to, I believe that was McMillan. But a Eagles swats it out of the court. And will place them at the baseline. Zoe now at the baseline. Throwing into Abigail at the far wing. Now over to number 11, McMillan at the top of the key. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Back up to Abigail at the top of the key. Now over to Zoe at the far wing. Over to Hope. Hope taking it down. Now to Reaver at the top of the key. Marissa throwing it up for three from the top of the key. No good. Eagles back with the ball.
Delaney throwing the ball in over to number 1, Diane. She's going to bring it back down to Eagle territory. Hand it off to Aneth, going down the lane. And throwing over to Delaney, putting up for two, no good.
Cougars fight for the ball, and they will get it. Abigail taking it down the court now for your Otis-Bison Cougars. She'll take it. Now over to Hope at the close wing. She'll put it up for three and drains it.
Diane with the ball, going to bring it back down the center of the court. Going to throw it over to Ashlyn, back over to Diane, over to Delaney, back to Anna, that close wing. Going to throw it. Delaney's going to put it up for two from low post, and it's good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Hope has it now. Now over to Zoe, bringing it down the court, and a whistle's blown.
Discussion among the refs. And the Eagles will keep the ball. Aneth going to throw the ball in. Over to Delaney. Hands it off to over to Diane. She puts it up. She's going to try to put it up for two, but there's a call on the court. Number 12, Ashton will have the opportunity for a point or two for the Eagles. First shot is up, and it's good for an Eagles point.
Eagles now getting ready for their second point. 12 shoots it up, and it's good. Cougars now back with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. She'll take it down to the farther side, and a whistle is blown. Jump ball.
Ball's thrown in over to Abigail. She's going to throw it over to Haley McMillan at the far wing. Double dribble will be called on her. Turn over to the Eagles. And throwing the ball into Diane. She's going to bring it back down on the far side of the court. Going down. And Zoe Schwint steals the ball, handing it off to Abigail. Going to bring it back down to Cougars territory. Ball goes out of bounds against the Eagles, and Cougars will maintain it. Zoe Schwint throwing the ball back in for the Cougars. Hands it off to over to Abigail at far wing, over to Marissa Reaver at top of the key. She's going to dribble around over to Hope Lumpkins, back off to Zoe. Going to go down toward mid post. Throwing it back out to Hope at the far wing. Hope's going to dribble it around just a little bit. Minute 5 on the clock. Number 1, Diane with the steal. Going to hand it off to number 2, Angela, bringing it back down. Going over to number 5, Aneth, and goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars. Zoe Schwinn throwing the ball back over to Abigail. Going to bring it back down to Hope. Back over to Abby. Throwing it back to Hope. Over to Zoe. Now to Marissa at low post. Putting up for 2, and the shot's good. Number 1, Diane with the ball. Bringing it back down to Eagle territory. Hands it off to Angela. Back. Number 24, Abby with the steal. Going to bring it back down. Over to Eagles. Steal the ball back. Number 5, Anna with the ball. Going to bring it back down on the far end of the court. Going down center. Back over to Angela. Goes down over to number 25, Andrea. Tries putting up for 2. And no good, but there is a call on the court. Calls against number 2, Zoe Schwint. Pushing. Number 25, Andrea Lopez will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Eagles. Shot is up. No good. Andrea's second shot is up. No good. Zoe Schwinn with the rebound, though. Going out to Abigail. Going to bring it back down. 20 on the clock. Marissa with the ball now. Back down, intended for Haley McMillan, but flies over her hands and out of bounds. Ball is thrown back in over to Diane. Bringing it back down to Eagles territory. Hands off to Angela. Back off to Anna. Going to throw it back over to Angela. Back to Anna. Running the clock down. Going back over to number 12, Ashlyn. She's going to try to put up for 2, and that is the buzzer. Score is for the first half. 6 Cougars. 24 Eagles. Stay tuned for the mini cheer dance that will be happening here in a few moments. Welcome back to the second half of the game, everyone. And starting with the ball will be the Eagles. Ball is thrown in over to number 4, Mackenzie. She's going to hand it back off to Diane, bringing it back over to Aneth, going top of the key, going down the lane. Handing it back off to Mackenzie. Back out to Diane at the far corner. Dribbling around, back to Mackenzie. Back.
Stolen by the Cougars. Nurse Reaver now with the ball. She'll dribble it down the court. Now over to Zoe. Zoe bringing it down the farther side. Down to the far wing. Now up to Abigail. Abigail now over to Hope. Now at the close wing. Hope going to the top of the key, and a whistle's blown. Intentional foul. Nope. It'll be against number 21. Who is 20? Oh, Leela Kenyon. She'll be caught with an illegal screen.
Monica throwing the ball in over to Diane. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar territory, to Eagle territory. The third mistake I made of that. Monica with the ball, hands it off to Mackenzie. Going in, down the low post, hands it off to Diane at far corner. Put it up for 3, no good. Struggle for the ball.
Cougars throwing the ball out. Now Zoe has it. Now over to Hope. Back over to Abigail. Abby bringing the ball back down the court. She'll take it to the top of the key and over to Hope at the close wing. Hope trying to find the way around the defense. Now over to Marissa. Marissa taking it to the top of the key and over to Zoe. Far wing. Now over to Hope. Hope almost losing the ball. She'll take it back down to the baseline. Up to Leela. Leela now with the ball at the close wing. Now over to Abigail. Abby throwing it intended for Leela, but stolen by the Eagles.
Delaney with the ball, going to get the ball over to Mackenzie. She's bringing it down on the far side. Hands it off to Anna. Going to dribble at the high post. Hands off to Monica. Top of the key. Put it up for 3. No good.
Cougars back with the ball now. Abigail taking it down the court. Abby bringing it down. They're walking base down over to Zoe at the high post. Zoe trying to get around. Trying to go down. And a whistle's blown before she gets to the basket.
Ball's against number 5, Aneth, and that will be a hand check.
Cougars now with the ball, throwing it in. They try to push it down to Zoe, but another whistle is blown before she gets down to the basket.
Number 5, Aneth, another hand check.
Zoe now with the ball, into Abigail now at the close corner, up to Hope, now over to Leela at the far wing. Back over to Hope, but it goes over her head and out of the court. Turnover to the Eagles.
Monica throwing it in over to number 1, Diane, bringing it back down to Eagle side. Hand off to Delaney at the high post. Back over to Diane, going down low post. Thrown over to Anna at the far wing. Put it up for 3. No good. Diane with the rebound, though, going top of the key. Intended for Delaney, but number 43, Marissa Reaver, knocks the ball out of bounds. And it will remain with the Eagles. Diane throws it in over to number 23, Monica. Heads off to Aneth, bringing it back down over to the far side. And ball goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars throwing the ball in. Number 24, Abigail Rodriguez, bringing the ball down the court. Now over to Marissa at the close wing. Into Zoe at the high post. Tried to pass it into Marissa. She'll try to go down the lane, but I believe the ball gets knocked off someone's foot and out of the court. And the Cougars will get the ball at the baseline. Zoe with it now. Be a little bit of a pause as the player ties her shoe. Zoe now with play resume, looking for some options. Checks it into Abby at the far corner. Up to Hope now at the far wing. Back down to Abby. Into Zoe now at the top of the key. Up for 3. Shot off the back of the rim and no good. Eagles now back with the ball.
Delaney with the ball, getting it down over to Monica. Going to bring it back down. Never mind, not Monica, it's Mackenzie, my bad. And throws it over to Diane, going to top of the key. Hands it off to Anna, also at top of the key. Now Monica going down over to high post. Back down over to...
Cougars steal the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. She'll take it to the top of the key. Now into Zoe. Zoe bringing it down to the low post. Zoe looking for some options. Tries to chuck it out to Hope, but the Eagles steal the ball.
Number 5, Annis with the ball. Going to throw it down to Diane and goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now back with the ball. Abigail will be with it at the baseline. Abigail taking it down the court now. She'll go down. Now over to Hope at the close wing. Hope looking for some options. Finds Zoe. Zoe trying to take it down to the low post. Now over to Abigail. And it rolls off of a foot and out of the court. It'll remain with the Cougars again. Zoe now back at the baseline. Zoe throwing the ball into Lila Kenyon at the low post. Tries to pass it out, but the Eagles steal it.
McKenzie with the ball. And number 4, McKenzie was caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Now place the Cougars at this opposite sideline. Abby will throw it into Hope. Now back over to Abigail. She'll dribble it down to the closer side of the court. Try to pass it out to Hope. Hope now has it. Hope in some trouble. Trying to pass it out to Leela. And a whistle is blown on the Eagles again.
Number 12, Ashlyn, was caught pushing.
Cougars back with the ball at the opposite sideline. Or the far sideline, my bad. They'll throw it into Hope now at the far wing. She'll take it down to the corner. Look around, trying to pass it over to Abigail, but it's knocked out of the court and into the stands. Place the Cougars back with the ball at the sideline. Zoe now has it. Looks like there's a little bit of food on the ball, so it's got to be swapped out. Looks like a little nacho cheese got on the ball, so now it's cleaned off. We can resume play at the far sideline. Zoe Schwint. Zoe now looking around for some options. Passes into Abigail now at the far wing. Now over to Hope at the close wing. Hope looking around, finds number 43, Marissa, at the top of the key. Marissa, ball is stolen by the Eagles.
Diane with the steal, running it back down, putting it up for 2. The shot is good.
Cougars back with the ball now. Over to Abigail, tipped off though, and over to the Eagles.
Diane with the steal. She's going to run down the low post, put up for 2, and no good, but number 35, Delaney, putting up for 2 as well, no good.
Cougars back with the ball. Abigail taking it down the court now. She'll take it down to the far wing. Now over to Marissa. Marissa up to number 21, Leela Kenyon at the top of the key. Back down to Marissa at the corner. Now up to Abby. She's at the midcourt line. Abby taking it down now over to the close wing. Now over to Hope at the top of the key. Hope taking it down to the close wing. Hope going down to the corner now, driving the baseline. Throws it back out to Abby at the close wing. Back down to Hope at the corner. Hope bringing it up to the wing now. Fight for the ball. Goes out of the court. Fight for it again, and the Eagles end up with it.
Not McKenzie, but Savannah with the ball, going to run it back down over to Ashton. That low post puts it up for 2, and the shot's good.
Abigail now back with the ball. Number 24 has it, bringing it down the court. She'll throw it in to Leela. Eagles steal the ball.
13, Savannah with the steal, going to throw it over to Diane, putting it up for 3. Shot is no good.
Fight for the rebound, and they go to the floor. Jump ball will be called. And Cougars will have the ball at the enemy sideline. The enemy baseline, my bad. Cougars will throw the ball in. And looks like Abby will be taking the ball down the court. Abby taking it out to the closer wing. She'll take it down to the corner. Back up to Zoe Schwint at the wing. She'll go back down to the corner. Back up to Abby. Abby trying to get around the Ness City defense. Throws it into Zoe at the low post. Up for 2, and it's good.
Number 1, Diane with the ball. Going to throw it over to Ashton. Back, throws it over to Savannah. Putting up for 2. Shot is no good.
Cougars get the rebound, and looks like Abby will take it down the court. She'll take it down to the closer wing. It looks like it's tipped off by the Eagles. Now plays the Cougars down at the baseline. Number 2, Zoe Schwentz. Zoe looking around for some options. Finds McMillan at the close corner. Up to Abby now at the top of the key. And over to number 21, Leela at the the high post. Now over to McMillan. Back over to number 43, Marissa Reaver at the top of the key. Now over to Haley at the close wing. Back up to Abby. Abby looking around. Finds Reaver at the closer wing. Now over to McMillan at the far wing. Up to Leela at the top of the key. Ball is swatted from Abigail, and a whistle's blown.
Calls against number 13, Savannah Bowler. Hand check.
Looks like we'll have the Cougars at the far sideline. Zoe throwing it into Abigail. Abby taking it down to the top of the key now, over to the closer wing. Over to McMillan. McMillan puts it up for 2. Shots no good, and the Eagles will get the rebound.
Andrea gets it out to number 3, Tiana. Put up for 2. Shot is no good.
Fight for the ball.
Savannah gets it out to Anna. She puts it up for 2 as well. No good. Ashton with the rebound, though. At low post puts up for 2. No good. Calling the court against the Cougars.
It'll be against number 2, Zoe Schwent. Get a hand check. Or a hacking call, my bad.
First shot is up by number 12, Ashton Tolson. And the shot is no good. She have one more opportunity for another point for the Eagles. Shot is up, and second shot is no good.
Cougars get the ball back. Zoe bringing it. Now over to Abigail. Abby taking it down the court. Over to Marissa now at the far wing. 45 on the left in your third quarter. Marissa now taking up to the top of the key. Down to Abigail, but it looks like a little bit of a trip up. And it goes out of the court.
Number 13, Savannah Bowler, pushing.
Now place number 2, Zoe Schwint at the baseline. With just under 40 seconds on the clock. They'll throw it into Abigail at the corner. Try to throw it into Zoe, but the Eagles will steal it.
Diana with the ball, going to bring it back down. 30 on the clock. Going to throw it over back to Savannah. Hands back off to Anna. Throwing it back over to Ashton. Back to Anna. No, not Anna. Back over to Savannah. Back over to Tiana. Back over to Anna. Ball's being thrown around quite a few times and goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Eagles will still have the ball. Anna throwing the ball in over to Andrea. Back over to number 13, Savannah. Back over to Anna, putting it up for 3 from the close corner. No good. Call on the Cougars.
It'll be against number 21, Leela Kenyon. She'll be caught pushing.
Anna throwing the ball in over to Andrea. Back, hands it off to Savannah. Tiana putting up for 2, no good.
Stealing the ball, Abigail Rodriguez bringing the ball back down the court, and that'll be the buzzer. in the end of your third quarter. At the end of your third quarter, Otis-Bison Cougars 8. Ness City Eagles 29. Both teams return to the court.
Number 1, Diane with the ball. Going to hand it off to number 23, Monica. Back over to number 2. Lost my paper here. And there's a call on the court.
Looks like it gets under my foot. Don't know how that got there. Abigail now with the ball, bringing it down the court. She'll take it down to the center of the court. Now over to McMillan at the far wing. Ball is stolen by the Eagles.
Over to Mackenzie now. She's going to bring it back down. Thrown over to Diane. Back over to Delaney. Putting it up for 2. And the shot is good.
Cougars now with the ball again. Abigail taking it down the court. She'll take it down to the farther side. Now over to Hope. Hope up to McMillan at the top of the key. Now to Hope. Hope going to the closer wing. Up to Reaver at the top of the key. Now to Haley McMillan at the far wing. And a whistle's blown as she's caught traveling. Turnover to the Eagles.
Ball's thrown in over to number 1, Diane. Bring it back down. Hands it off to number 2, Angela. Going down the far wing. Hands off the top of the key where number 23 is Monica. Hands off to back to Diane. Back to Angela going top of the key. Throw it over to Mackenzie at close wing. Going high post down the lane. Putting it up for 2. Shot is no good. Delaney there with the rebound. Puts up for 2. No good. Monica now with the rebound. Going to throw it over to Angela. Putting up for 3. And the shot is good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. Down to Zoe Schwinn at the corner. At the close corner, my bad. Or short corner. That's what that is. Up to Abigail. Back down to Zoe at the low post. Over to Reaver. Reaver up for 2 from the low post, and it's good.
Number 23, Monica throws it in over to number 1, Diane, bringing it back down. Handing it off to Angela. Back over to Monica, top. Back over to Diane. Ball's being thrown around a few times. Back to Diane, a close wing. Back down to Delaney at low post. Puts up for 2. The shot is good.
Cougars back with the ball. Abigail taking it down the court. Now over to Hope at the farther side. Hope now over to McMillan at the top of the key. Haley McMillan taking it down to the wing. Haley up to Abigail now. Abigail back down to Zoe at the wing. Zoe back up to Reaver at the top of the key. Reaver in a little bit of a trouble, but she sends it out to 24 Abigail at the far wing. Now down to McMillan at the corner. McMillan tries to dribble it up, and another travel is called on her. Turnover to the Eagles.
Ball's thrown in over to Diane. She's bringing it back down to the Eagles side. Gonna go down, throw it over to Delaney at high post. Gonna put it up for 2. Shot is no good.
There's a whistle blown as the Cougars try to get the rebound.
Calls against number 4, Mackenzie Tiltson, holding.
Cougars get back the ball. Abigail taking it down the court. She'll go down to the center, the top of the key, now over to McMillan. Haley McMillan with the ball, looking for some options. Finds Reaver at the far wing. Reaver taking the ball around. Shoots it into Zoe in the lane. Zoe bounces the ball off her foot on accident and shoots it back out to Hope. Hope now up to Reaver at the closer wing. Up to Zoe now at the top of the key. Back out to Hope. Hope drilling it down to the corner. Up to 24, Abigail. Now to Marissa Reaver at the far wing. Up for 3, and it's good.
Mackenzie throwing the ball in. Bring it over to Delaney. Diane, she's going to throw it back out to Delaney at high post. Back to Diane, putting up for 3. Shot is good for 3.
Cougars back with the ball. Abigail taking it down the court. Now over to Hope at the close wing. Hope in a little bit of trouble, but goes up to Reaver at the midcourt line. Marissa looking for some options. Goes down to the lane, to the closer wing. Tries to shoot it in. I believe that was intended for McMillan. And it rolls out of the court. Will remain with the Cougars. And looks like Ness City will call in a new team. And Cougars will have the ball at the baseline. Number 2, Zoe Schwent. Zoe throwing the ball into number 21, Leela Kenyon. She tries to put up for 2, no good. Ness City with the rebound.
Number 13, Savannah with the ball, bringing it back down to Eagle side. Now over to number 12, Ashland. Trying to find an option, thrown over to Anna at the top of the key. Back over to, going to go over to far wing. Now back over to far corner where Tiana is. Andrea putting up for 2, and shot's good.
Cougars back with the ball. Abigail taking it down the court now. Now over to Reaver. Reaver at the far wing. She'll take it up to the top of the key. Now over to Hope at the closer wing. Back down to Marissa at the corner. She'll take it up to the wing. Now up to Leela Kenyon at the top of the key. Now over to Hope at the far corner. Up for 3. Shots no good. Zoe with a rebound. Now at the close corner. Up to Reaver at the wing. Tries to shoot it into, I believe that was intended for Zoe. But the Eagles will steal it.
Ashland throws it down over to number 13, Savannah. Hands it back off to Anna at that far wing. Back off to Savannah going top of the key. Hands it off now to Andrea. Back off to Tiana. Almost losing the ball, but maintains it. Thrown over to number 13, Savannah. Back over to Andrea at high post. Put up for 2, my bad, and no good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. Now over to Hope. Hope at the closer wing. Over to Marissa at the far wing. Marissa down to Zoe. Zoe up for 2, and it's good.
Ball's thrown in over to number 5. Anna's bringing it back down to Eagle territory. Anna is going to go and throw it over to Tiana, but
Abigail stealing the ball. Goes up for a layup. Up for 2, and it's in. 2 points for your Otis-Bison Cougars.
number 5, Anna's with the ball. Going to bring it back down. On top of the key. Handing off to, going to go down the low post. Back out to Ashland at close wing. Put up for 2, no good. Tiana with the rebound, and there's a call on the court. Jump ball. Cougars, it will be the Cougars.
Now place Abigail at the baseline, throwing the ball. And with 1:40 on the clock, they'll throw it in. Abigail taking the ball down the court now. She'll throw it over to Marissa. Marissa at the far wing, up to the top of the key. Now over to Leela Kenyon at the far wing. Over to to Abigail to the short corner. Up for two. Shots no good. She rebounds her own ball. Up to Hope now. Hope taking it down to the short corner. Goes out of the court against, I believe, the Eagles. Now plays Zoe at the corner of the court. Throwing the ball for your Cougars. Zoe now looking around for some options. Finds McMillan at the close wing. McMillan up to Abigail. Abigail looking to go down. Tries to go down to the low post. Up for two. Bounces off the bottom of the backboard and no good. And a whistle's blown.
Calling against number 25, Andrea, and on the arm. First shot is up by number 24, Abigail, and it is no good. Second shot is up, no good. There's a call on the court. Calls against number 2, Angela Torres, pushing. Beetle Kenyon will have the opportunity for a point or two for the Cougars. Shot is up. No good. So, struggle for the rebound. Goes over to the Eagles. Monica getting out, or not Monica, but Savannah gets it over to Angela, and she was caught traveling. Turn over to the Cougars. Zoe Schwinn throwing the ball in. Over to Abigail, bringing it back down to Cougar territory. Now over to Haley, back over to Leela, back to Marissa now. Ball's being thrown around, back over to Zoe, and there's a call on the court against the Eagles. Calls against number 3, Tiana Smith, holding. Hand check. Number 10 with the ball, number 13, my bad. Savannah gonna bring it back down. And the remainder of the 30 seconds of the game will be no longer commentated because royalty will be happening soon for Snowball.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. All right, this is homecoming. No, wait. It's winter festival. Back in your days, it was homecoming. All right. I think we're all ready to go. So Spirit Week, that was the first thing that we did. And the Otis-Bison cheerleaders created a Spirit Week to add to the Snowball festivities. And our Spirit Week days were Monday, which was PJ Day, which was Pajama Day. Tuesday was Redneck Day. Wednesday, we wear pink. Thursday was White Lie Day. What was that? Did they tell lies? Oh, tell a lie on your shirt? Okay. And Friday, which is today, is Orange and Blue Day. The Otis-Bison cheerleaders hosted a school-wide pep rally. And this was a wonderful success, playing games and helping get the students, fans, and athletes pumped up for tonight's big game. And this year, the cheerleaders had a pop tab drive. And the 4th grade came out on top with the weight of, get this, I'm not making this up, this actually happened, 22.4 pounds. The 4th grade class will get to enjoy a pizza party, and their teacher, Mrs. Schneider, got the pie Mr. Star in the face. Brett got the pie his dad in the face with the pie. And this wasn't a cream pie. It had crust and cranberries. Berries, so it hurt. Otis-Bison, get this, I'm not making this up, they collected over 98.7 pounds of pop tabs to donate to the Welcome McDonald House. That's pretty awesome. All right. So let's get to the candidates here. Our first candidate is Taylor Croissant. Taylor is the daughter of Curtis and Susan Croissant of Otis. Taylor has been active in SAD, Stuco, K's, FBLA, All-School Play, National Honor Society, Cougar Buddies, Cheer, volleyball and basketball. After school, Taylor wants to attend Barton County College, then transfer to Fort Hays State for business accounting. Taylor is walking with Chase Mitchell. Chase is the son of Robert and Lori Mitchell of Bison. Chase has been active in Scholars Bowl, K's, and the Cougar broadcast. And after school, Chase wants to attend NCK Tech for telecommunications and fiber optics. I need a cheat sheet here. Our second candidate is Maria Yakubchik. Maria is the daughter of Marta and Wolchik Kupchik of Wrocław, Poland. Maria is being hosted by Claude and Kathy Nelson of Otis. Maria has been active in basketball, and after school, Maria does not have any current plans. Maria is walking with Clayton Schneider, son of John and Stacy Schneider of Olmutz. Clayton has been active in Stuco, and after school, Clayton plans to attend Barton County College and major in ag business, and then come back to work on the family farm. And our third candidate is Haley Morrison. Haley is the daughter of Casey Morrison and Jessica Schartz of Albert. Haley has been active in FBLA, Stuco, SAG, K's, volleyball, Cougar Buddies, track, and basketball. After school, Haley plans to attend Barton Community College, then transfer to Kansas State University, go Wildcats, for a degree in applied business and technology. Haley is walking with Kay Schwartz. Kai Schwartz. Where that K get in there? I think I put it in there. Kai is the son of Mitch and Chris Schwartz of Otis. Kai has been active in football, track, and Cougar Buddies. After school, Kai is undecided between the welding school work program for the local 441 Union in Wichita or the Union 577 in Texas for pipeline welding. Your 2023 Snowball Flower Girl is Kinsley Wagner. She's the daughter of Jason and Julie Wagner of Otis. Kinsley's favorite food is watermelon and pizza. And her favorite color is purple and pink. Kinsley wants to be a teacher like her mom when she grows up. When asked what superpower Kinsley wished she had, she picked up super speed. Your 2023 Snowball crown bearer is Logan Mitchell. Logan is the son of Nick and Corey Mitchell of Otis. Logan's favorite food is pizza and watermelon. Is Doris here? Doris, are you getting all this? His favorite colors are blue and orange. Logan wants to be a pizza delivery boy when he grows up. And I will tell you, we need more pizza delivery boys. It comes to Albert, Kansas. When asked what superpower Logan wished he had, he wants to be able to shoot lightning out of his hands. Very important. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have all been waiting for, your 2023 Otis-Bison Snowball King and Queen are Kai Schwartz and Haley Morrison. Congratulations. After you get pictures taken there, oh, we're still snapping? Okay. And yeah, there you go. Turn around. Hey, put your flower girl in the ring there. There you go. Getting you guys out. There you go. A little closer. Oh, you're good.
let's meet the starters. For the Eagles, number 2, William Childers. For the Cougars, number 1, Jay Kupengarner. For the Eagles, number 3, Diego Guzman. For the Cougars, number 3, Riley Polly. For the Eagles, number 30, Braden Smith. For the Eagles, number 11, Easton Juno. For the Eagles, number 32, Trey Souls. For the Cougars, number 15, Hayden Morrison. For the Eagles, number 33, Caleb Paulby. And for the Cougars, number 21, Logan Meyer. The Eagles are coached by Brandon Rogers and assisted by Case Beckman. Otis-Bison is coached by Curtis Littleton and Philip Butler. Good luck to both teams.
We want to give a shout out to the smaller school team going to state tomorrow. Connor Fink, Alex Jones, Nevaeh McVeigh, Lewis McVeigh, Emma McMillan, and Case Mitchell.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of the night. It'll be your varsity boys up for your Ness City Eagles, number 32, Trey Soles.
Up for the Cougars, number 11, Easton Juno.
Easton's first. Ball is up, and looks like the Eagles won the toss, but the whistle is blown. And looks like it'll be turned over to the Cougars after some discussion.
Cougars with the ball. Jake with the ball. Jake with the ball. He's going to throw it over to Riley Polly. Going to top of the key. Almost slips, but it's okay. Ball goes over to the Cougars. Or over to the Eagle side. Number 15, Hayden with the ball. Going to throw it over to Easton Juno. A little struggle. And then over to Jake. Putting up for 2, and it's good for 2.
Number 30, Braden with the ball up top. Drives in for 2, and it's good.
Jake with the ball. He's going to throw it over to Riley, bringing it back down to Cougar side. Over to Juno at low post. Put it up for 2. The shot was good.
Number 3, Diego Guzman with the ball. Over to number 2, William Childers. Up for 3, and it's good.
Riley throwing the ball over to Jake. He's going to throw it back over to Hayden on the far side of the court, bringing it back down. Going down a low post, but there is a call on the court.
Fouls on the blue. Number 30, Braden.
Jake Kupengarner with the ball now. Going to bring it over to Hayden Morrison. Going to throw it back down to Easton.
Number 2, William Childers up for 2. Gets fouled, shooting 2.
Falls against number 1, Jake Kupengarner. Hand check.
First free throw is no good. Second free throw is good. There's a steal. Goes up for 2. Number 2, William Childers, shooting 2 again. Free throw is no good.
Riley Pauly with the ball now. He's going to bring it back to Cougar side with some speed going down the center of the court. Going over to Jake Gardner, putting it up for 2. No good.
Number 30, Braden with the rebound. Hands it over to William. Over to 3. Diego. Up for 3, and it's good.
Logan Meyer with the ball now. Going to throw it over to Hayden Morrison. Going down the low post, trying to find his options. Throwing it back out to Riley, going to high post. Back down to Logan, but tips off his fingertips and goes out of bounds, but it will remain with the Cougars. Jake Gardner throwing in over to Leonard Blackburn. That low post tries to put up for 2, but there is a call on the court against the Eagles. Jake Gardner throwing the ball in, and there's a call on the court. Looks like one of the Eagles overstepped the boundary. Ball will remain with the Cougars. Jake throws it in over to Hayden. He's at the far wing, going down the mid post. Back out to Easton, going down. Throwing over to Logan at the far corner. Back down to Easton, and there's a call on the court.
Foul is on number 30, Braden.
Jake throws the ball in over to Easton near high post. He's going to throw it back out to Hayden at the close wing. Going down to high post again. Back over to Jake at the far wing. Going back down now over to Easton Jr. at low post, put up for 2, no good, and ball goes out of bounds, but it will remain with the Cougars. Jake will throw the ball back in. Back over to Hayden at close wing, the close corner, put up for 3, no good. Hayden with the rebound, though, gun down low post, put up for 2, shot is still no good. Logan Meyer with the rebound, and it's good for 2. There's a call on the court.
There's a technical called.
Jake will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Cougars. First shot is up, and it's good for a Cougar point. Second shot is up, and it's good for another Cougars point. Jake throwing the ball in over to Blackburn at top of the key. Goes back over to Easton, but there's a call on the court. Jump ball. Eagles.
Number 3, Diego with the ball up top. Goes up for 2, and it's good.
Hayden Morrison now with the ball, going to bring it back down. Going over to Blackburn.
Yeah.
Intended for Logan, but doesn't quite make it and goes out of bounds.
Three, Diego Guzman with the ball up top. Over to number 2, William Childers. Up top to number 32, Trey. Over to 2, William. Back up top, Diego. Over to 35, inside to number 32, Trey. Goes up for 2 and gets fouled.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison on the arm.
Second free throw is good.
Hayden Morrison now with the ball. To bring it back down. Over to Riley, over to Jake, back to Riley at the far or top of the key. Going down the lane, putting up for 2, and the shot is good for 2.
Number 3, Diego Guzman with the ball. Passes it over to 35, Austin.
Hayden with the ball now, bringing it back down. Going to throw it over to Easton Juno, putting up for 2, no good.
Three, Diego Guzman with the ball. Over to 35, Austin. Back to Diego. Over to 35, Austin. Inside of 23, Max. Travel.
Jake throws the ball in over to Riley, back over to Jake, and now check it over to Easton, back to Hayden, back over to Easton at low post, puts it up for 2, but there's a call on the court against the Eagles. Evan Easton Jr. will have the opportunity for a point or 2. First shot is up, and it is good for the Eagles' point. Easton's second shot is up, and it's no good. Hayden with the rebound, though, thrown over to Jake at the far wing. Back over to Easton near the top of the key. Back over to Jake, over to Riley. Gonna dribble it around. Back to the top of the key, over to high post. Back over to Jake at the far wing. Gonna dribble it over to Hayden at high post. Back over to Jake at close wing. Back over to Easton near the top of the key. Over to Blackburn at low post. Puts up the 2. Shot is good.
Three, Guzman with the ball. Up top. Hits William Childers in the right wing. Trey up top, up for 3, and it's good.
Riley Pauly with the ball now, bringing it back down. There's a call on the court.
Come on, Blue, you have to adjust.
It was on foul on number 35, Austin.
Hayden throws the ball over to Jake. Rick's going to bring it back down to the other side. Jake's going to throw it over to Hayden with the far wing. Filling it up to high post. Back over to Riley. Going to run it back down through the lane. Over to Blackburn. Puts it up for 2. And shot is good.
Guzman with the ball. Skip past the Childers. No good. Guzman up top. Over to Childers. Up top to Trey. Back to Childers. Corner to Guzman. Back to Childers. Up for 3. And it's no good.
Riley Pauly with the ball now. Going to dribble up top of the key. Over to Natalie. Jake back over to Hayden. Going down the low post. Tries to put up for 2. Shot is good for 2.
Guzman with the ball. Up top to Childers. Up for 2. There's a hold called. But it is on the floor.
Falls against number 1, Jacob Garner, holding.
Ness City with the timeout. Guzman in the corner for 3, and it's no good.
Riley with the ball, going to bring it back down, and there's a call on the court. Number 3, Riley Pauly by the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Cougars. The shot is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Riley will have one more opportunity for another point. Second shot is up, and it's good for another point.
Childers with the ball. Back up to Trey, back Childers. Inside to Trey. Back out to Childers. Pass out over to Guzman. Up for 2. No good. Childers with the rebound. Over to Guzman. Back up to Childers. Goes up for 2. Skip pass out to Guzman, up for 3. No good.
Riley Pollywood now with the ball, a little under a minute on the clock. We're going to throw it over to over to Easton. Going to go to the top of the key now. Bring it over to Hayden at the far wing. Going to drill it around a little more. Back out to Riley. Going down low post, but there's a call on the court. Traveling.
Guzman with the ball. Pass out over to Childers. Trey with the ball. Over to Guzman. Back to Guzman. Childers with the ball. Over to the corner to 32, Trey. 2 Childers up for 3. No good.
Now in the second quarter of the game, Riley Polly will be throwing the ball back in for the Cougars. Ball is in over to Jake Hupengardner. He's going to bring it back down to Cougar side. Throwing over to Hayden Morrison. Back over to Riley. Now over to Easton. Back to Riley at top of the key, or at far wing, my bad. Back over to Easton at the far corner. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good.
Rebounded by number 23.
Easton with the steal. Puts it up for 2. And shot's good.
30. Braden with the ball.
Against number 15, Hayden Morrison. He was caught blocking.
Hayden with the 3, no good. Rebounded by Childers. Goes up for 2, and it's good.
Hayden with the ball now, bringing it back down the Cougar side. Back over to Jake at a close wing. Now over to Easton at close corner. Running over to Logan, and there's a call on the court.
Fouls on number 32, Trey. This is 1-on-1.
First shot is up by Logan. No good. Calls against number 11, Easton Juno, pushing.
Braden with the ball. Goes up for 2. Passes to number 23, Max. Goes up for 2 and he gets fouled.
Number 21, Logan Meyer, was caught pushing.
First free throw is good. Second free throw is no good.
Jay Kuppengarner going on the far side of the court, down the Cougar side. On top of the key now. Back over to Easton at the far wing. Easton's going to dribble it around. Back over to Jake. Jake's going to go to the far wing. Now over to the far corner where Hayden is, going down to low post. Ball rolls over to Blackburn, puts it up for 2, no good.
Braden with the rebound. Skip past number 2, Childers. Down low to Max. Travel.
Ball's thrown over to Riley, back over to Jake. He's going to bring it back down to the Cougar side. Jake's trying to find his options. Thrown over to Hayden at close wing. Going to put it up for 3. Shot is no good.
Childers with the rebound. That was number 30, Braden.
Jake with the ball, bringing it back down to Cougar's side. Gonna run it over to Hayden at the close wing, going top of the key now. Hand it off to Riley, going down the lane. Put it back over to Jake at top of the key. Gonna go up, put it for 2. And the shot is good for 2.
Braden bring the ball down. Hand off to Childers. Back to Braden.
Number 11, Easton Juno, was caught holding.
Free throw is good.
Riley with the ball now, going to bring it back down to Cougar side. Going down center of the court. On top of the key. Riley's going to go in, down the low post. Going to throw it back out to Hayden. Also going to low post, put it up for 2. Shot is good for 2. Cougars call for a full timeout.
Braden with the ball. Over to Caden. Back to Braden. Corner to Caden. Up for three. No good.
Hayden Morrison with the ball, bringing it back down the court, going down center. Gonna go to high post, hand off to Kelson, going top of the key. Hand it off to Riley at top of the key as well. Going into high post. Down low post now, trying to find his option. Throwing it back over to Kelson, top of the key. Hand off to Hayden. He's gonna go in the mid post. Back off to number 13, Blackburn. Back now to Easton. Easton trying to find some help. Getting over to Kelson, putting up for two. And a shot is good for two.
Braden with the ball. Over to Childers in the corner. Up top to Caden. Up top to Childers. Wing to Braden. Back up to Childers. Oh.
Riley with the ball, going to bring it back down, put it up for two. Shot is no good. Easton with the rebound, though, puts it up for two, and the shot is good.
Braden with the ball over to Caden. Braden again. Corner to Childers. Up top to Caden. Up for three. Willem Childers, no good.
Hayden with the ball now, going to bring it back down. 3 minutes on the clock. Hayden's going to go down, and there's a call on the court. Hayden Morrison will have the opportunity for a point or two for the Cougars.
Trey with the rebound over to Braden. Braden with the pass to Guzman. Back up to Braden. Back to Guzman. Up top's Caden. Over to Guzman. Inside to Trey. Yeah. 1-on-1.
We'll have number 32, Trey Souls, shooting. Trey's first is good. Trey seconds, no good. Oh, foul call.
Rebounded by 21 Logan Meyer. Shooting 1-on-1.
Fouls on number 2, William Childers.
First free throw is no good. Second free throw no good.
Well, number 30 bring the ball down. Sneap on the wing, he'll drive in. Go up for 2. It is good.
Morrison with the ball. Hand off to Pauly. Out to Meyer. Goes inside, kicks out to Morrison. Morrison up for 2, and it's good.
Need to bring the ball down. Pass in the corner to number 13. We'll have Schneep go up for 2. He'll be shooting. News first is good.
Cooper Garner with the ball up top. Over to Kelson Juno. Corner to Cooper Garner inside to Blackburn, up for 2. No good. Up for 2 again, and it's good.
Schneep with the ball for the Eagles. He'll dish it inside number 32. That's Trey Souls. He'll go up for 2 is no good.
Blackburn with the rebound over to Polly. Now Garner up top. Polly, the wing. Up for 2. No good. Rebounded by Meyer. No good. Foul on number 3, Riley Polly.
We'll have number 23, Max Burnbeck, shooting 2, actually.
That many fouls.
That many fouls. And it's the first half still.
51 seconds, 51.3 seconds left on the clock.
Trey's first is good. Sorry, Max's first is good.
Garner with the ball. .40 seconds left on the clock. Over to Polly. Back to Garner. Back over to Polly. Back to Garner. Killing time. Polly with the ball. Kicks it out to Garner. Inside to Meyer. Polly with the ball. Over to Garner. Back to Polly. Oh. Over the back. Number 21, Logan Meyer.
We'll have number 32, Trey Soul, shooting for the Eagles. Number 32, Max.
Trey.
Trey solves first.
They look the same, and their numbers are just flipped around. I know.
That's confusing. That should be like brothers.
Yeah.
Second's no good.
Ishmael with the rebound.
And we're going to band now. We'll be back.
Has stuff gotten better for you?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the sun goes down and kind of change everything. Somebody stood on their left foot instead of their right.
Well, I'm sorry we don't got better cell service.
It's your fault, brother. Way it goes sometimes. Holy crap, that's a lot of fun.
I think 22. They couldn't knock him down.
What a play.
Guess you're gonna do that with the spread of around 22 fouls. 22. 12 on them and 10 on us.
Why? Why do you want to be as official like that? Why do you want to be here?
Wrong microphone. Oops. Number 30 for your pass it over to 2 now for up to 30 at the top of the key. Up for 3. Shot is good. Cougars returning the ball back down the court. Riley Pauly up for the layup. Up for 2, and it's good. Eagles now coming back with the ball. Coming down the court. Number 2 at the far wing. Up to 3 at the top of the key. Down to 32. Up for 2. No good. Fight for the ball. And the Cougars will end up with it. Jake now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Now over to number 15. He'll take it to the top of the key. Now over to Riley at the close wing. Down to Logan at the low post. Back out to Riley at the close wing. He'll look around. Takes it to the top of the key. Now back out to the wing. He'll go down to the close corner. Up to Easton now at the wing. Now over to Jake at the far wing. Go down to number 21, Logan Meyer. Up for 2 at the low post. No good, and a whistle is blown. League gets number 32, Trey Soles. Be a second foul. I'll put number 21, Logan Meyer, up for his first free throw. Good. Logan getting ready for a second one. It's up. Bounces off the front of the rim and no good. Over to the Eagles.
Number 2 on the wing, we'll have Childers. Up top, number 3, that's Guzman. Back Childers. Guzman up top. Over number 30, we have Schneep. Be knocked out of ball, be white ball.
Number 3 for your Cougars will have the ball at the baseline. Riley Pauly. Look around for some options. Finds Jake now at the farther side of the court. Jake trying to ball down the court with some speed. Now down to Riley. He'll go down the lane. Out to Logan. Up for 2 from the short corner. Up for 2, and it's good.
Schneep bringing the ball down the court. Pass off number 3. That's Guzman. Back to Schneep. In the corner of Childers. Childers will take 3. No good.
Easton Juno with the rebound for your Cougars. He'll pass it over to Riley. Riley bringing it down to the top of the key. Now over to Jake at the close corner. Up to Easton. Back to Jake. Up to Riley now at the top of the key. Riley running into the lane. Up for 2. No good. Eagles now back with the ball.
Rebound number 33. That's Caleb Pavlu. Here we have Guzman up top. Schneep on the wing. Inside dish number 33. That's Pavlu.
Cougars back with the ball. Jake bringing it down the farther side of the court. We'll take it to the closer wing. Now over to Riley at the far wing. Down to Logan at the low post. Into Easton. Up for 2, and it's good.
Need to bring the ball down. Rev Guzman on the wing. Handoff back to Schneep. Another handoff back to Guzman. He'll take it back up top. Schneep on the wing. He'll drive baseline. Get a hand check called.
They'll be on Easton Juno for that hand check. Now plays Ness City at baseline. Like Otis-Bison will call in 2 subs. Call in Lander Blackburn and 25, Kelson Juno.
Up Childers in the corner with Schneep. He'll drive in, go up for the 2, and is fouled. He'll be shooting 2. Team's first, no good. Neep second is no good. Rebound number 33, it'll be Pavlu. He's in the corner. Pass in Childers. Kicks it up top to Guzman, who goes for the three. It is no good.
Cougars back with the ball. Riley bringing it down the court now. Dribbling it down now over to the far wing. Out to number 1, Jake Gardner. They'll go into Lewis. Lewis McVeigh almost losing the ball, and over to the Eagles.
We'll have a steal from number 32, that's Souls. He'll go all the way up from coast to coast for the basket. Is no good. Rebound number 33, Pavlu is good.
Cougars back with the ball. Jake dribbling it down the court. We'll take it to the top of the key now to up for 2. No good. Lander with the rebound though, and it's good.
Sneap bring the ball down for the Eagles. Takes it to the corner of Guzman. Guzman back up to Sneap. He'll take the 3. No good. It'll be short.
Whistle's blown. I'll turn it over to the Cougars. And looks like the Eagles coach calls a timeout. Riley Pauly will have the ball out on the baseline. We'll go into Kelson. Kelson in the corner in a little bit of trouble. Goes over to Riley now, bring it down to the farther side of the court. He'll go down to the high post now to Jake at the close wing. Up for 3, no good. Fight for the rebound. Eagles
Left
get
Sneap. Euro step on to the reverse is no good. Rebound from Pavlu goes up. He'll be called for an over and back. Over the back on number 33. That's Caleb Pavlu.
Cougars will have the ball at the baseline. Jake throwing it into Riley now. Riley trying to dribble it down the court. And another call will be on Ness City.
I have a block called, number 33. We'll have a technical called on Riley Pauly for taunting. Number 2, William Childers will be at the line for Ness City. He'll miss his first. Second one's good.
Looks like as Riley tries to take the ball down the court, there is a whistle blown.
Push on number 2, William Childers.
I'll place Otis-Bison at the baseline. Number 1, Jake Gardner has it. He'll throw it out to Riley at the far wing. Riley dribbling into the lane, up for 2, and it's good.
Neat corner, Childers. Childers take the baseline, go up for 2. He'll be and 1. He'll be shooting 1 free throw. Childers' free throw will be good.
Otis throwing in the ball. Jake bringing it down the court now for your Cougars. Take it down the closer side. Now going down to the low post, up for 2. And it's good. The whistle's blowing on Ness City.
Number 3 with the push, Diego Guzman.
Can't lean into him, Diego. You can't lean into him.
All right, Jake's shot free throw goes in and out. Over to Ness City.
Sneap to Childers on the wing. Guzman on the other side. Left Sneap. Back up top. Guzman on the wing. Step back out to Sneap. Corner will have Childers. He'll get called for travel.
I'll put Jake down at the baseline for your Cougars. He'll throw it into number 3, Riley Tolley. Now back over to Jake. Jake bringing the ball down the court now. He'll take it to the closer wing. Down, tries to drive down, but the defense blocks him. He'll throw it out to Kelson now. Into Lander Blackburn at the low post. Up for 2, and it's good.
Sneap again, opposite side. Childers from the corner. No good. Up over the black.
Looks like Lander Blackburn will be caught pushing.
Up top, we have Childers. In the corner, Sneap. Back up Childers. Corner Sneap again. Dish inside number 32. That's Max. Burnback. Good, too. Jake Hoopengardner bringing the ball down for Cougars. They were stalling some time. Riley Pauly. Back up top to Jake. Riley Pauly again. Jake again, he'll drive. Kick it out to Kelson Juno. We'll have a hand check called on number 33, Kayla Pavlu. Oh, okay. Jake Hubengarter kicks it out to Leonard Blackburn. Up top, Riley Pauly. He'll drive, kick it to Kelson Juno, but it'd be too low and knocked out of bounds. We'll have Sneap up top for the Eagles. Kicks it over to Guzman. Childers from the wing. Drive in, kick it up for the floater. The 2 is good. We'll have Sneap steal it, and they'll call it jump ball. It'll be Cougar ball. 6 seconds left. Riley Pauly from the corner. Be no good. That'll be the end of the third quarter. 48-47, Cougars in the lead. We'll have Eagle ball. Childers passing to Sneap. He'll take the 3 from the top of the key. Is no good. Jake Hupengartner with the rebound. Hayden Morrison on the wing. He'll drive baseline, go up for the 2. It is no good. Grab his own rebound, go back up and get fouled. He'll be shooting 2 from the line. Morrison's first is no good. Morrison's second, also no good. We'll have Sneap grab the rebound, bring the ball down the court. Pass over to Childers on the wing. Back up top, we have Guzman. Hand off to Sneap. He'll drive with a Euro step, go for the 2, and it is good. They have Jake, volleyball line. Hand off to Riley Pauley. Kicks it out to Hayden Morrison. We'll have a push called on number 2, William Childers. Wow, Riley Pauley shooting a 1-and-1. First is no good. Neat pass to number 35, Austin Raffsnyder. Back up top we have Guzman. Back to Raffsnyder. Guzman. Raffsnyder dish inside number 32. That's Trey Solves. 2's no good. We'll have Riley Pauley with the ball. Drive it all the way down. Go for the fake and up. He'll be shooting 2. Riley Pauley's first is no good. Second is good. Neat bringing the ball down for the Eagles. Dish inside, we have Trey. Corner Guzman back up to Sneap. Guzman again, he'll take the 3. And it is good. Riley Pauley tossed the key. Hayden Morrison, drive and kick it out to Jake Hoopengardner. Riley Pauley will drive and go all the way up for the 2. It is no good. Of Guzman with the rebound. Pass a Sneap. Guzman, drive in, kick it, number 23. Max Burnbeck. Foul is on Easton Juneau for holding. That'll be his 5th. He'll foul out. Pick it top, we have number 32, Trey Sauls. He'll take the 3, no good. Rebound by Max Burnbeck. Go back up, 2 is no good. Sneap with the deflection, it'll still be Cougar ball. Morrison will bring the ball down for the Cougars. Go all the way up, fade away for no basket. Guzman with the ball, Sneap. Sneap will drive in, step back for the 2, no good. Jake Hoopengardner will finally grab the ball. Hayden Morrison, drive in, no good. Lander Blackburn will grab it. Guzman will bring the ball down again. Sneap on the wing. Back up to Guzman, other wing. 35. Hand off to Schneep. Hand off number 32, that's Sauls. He'll drive up for the 2, grab his own rebound 2 again. He'll be shooting an and 1. That was Hayden Morrison's 5th. He'll also foul out. I'll have some talk about quarters. Kelson Juno playing too many. Baseball's first, no good. We'll have an over the back called. 35, Austin Rapsnyder. Logan Meyer shooting 2. First is good. Second's also good. Neat, bring the ball down. Hand off Childer. I'll kick it back into Sneep. Childers skip over to Guzman, back to Childers. Guzman again. He'll drive baseline, but get called for traveling. Back to Pauly. We'll have Pauly drive down. Dish to Ishmael Cortez. 2 is good. Guzman will bring the ball down for the Ness City Eagles. Childers on the wing. Lob inside. We'll have a reach called on Ishmael Cortez. Caleb Pavlu. Bucket's no good. Riley Pauly will bring the ball down. Handoff Jay Kupengardner. About 3 seconds in the lane called. Guzman with the ball. Neep on the wing. Back up top to Childers. Guzman opposite wing. Childers Neep. Dish inside number 32, Trey Souls. Will go up for the floater. It is good. Riley Pauly with the ball. Kicks it back out. Inside, we have Logan Meyer. I have a hold called. Logan Meyer will be shooting 2. Myers first is good. Myers second's no good. 2-point ball game with 2 minutes left. Need put the ball up top. Hand off to Childers. Neep again on the wing. Have a reach called on Riley Pauly. Number 30, Braden Schneep will be shooting. His first good. Team seconds, also good. Jake Kumigar bring the ball down for the Cougars. Riley Pauly in the corner. Dish to Logan Meyer for 2. The 2 is good. Keep bringing the ball down. No look pass is deflected. Have a block called. Fouls on number 24, Lewis McVeigh. Neep will be at the line shooting 2. First is good. Neep seconds, also good. Jake Kumigar bring the ball down. He'll drive and kick to Lewis, who dishes it inside Logan Meyer. Bounce pass. Landed Blackburn goes for 2, is no good. We'll have a push called on number 24, Lewis McVeigh. That'll be a second. Number 32, Trey Soul shooting. His first is no good. Second one is good. Jake Kupengardner with the ball. I have a 30 called for the Cougars. Current score is 56-61 with the Ness City Eagles in the lead. Jake Kupengardner up top. Riley Pauly. Bounce pass inside. Leonard Blackburn, two's no good. Logan Meyer goes back up, no good. Leonard Blackburn again with the and one. He'll be shooting one. That'll be number 33, Caleb Pavley's fifth foul. He'll foul out. Blackburn's no good. Neep on the close wing. Guzman. Back up top, we have Childers. Opposite the Sneep. Guzman again. Back to Sneep. Dish inside, stole by Lewis McVeigh. We'll have a battle for the ball. We'll have a timeout called. Call a full timeout for Ness City. 58-61. Ness City in the lead with 46 seconds left in the fourth quarter. We'll have Schneep passing the ball in. Corner, we have Guzman. Back up to Schneep. Corner, we have number 32. That's Trey Souls. We'll have another full timeout called for the Eagles. 30 seconds left in the fourth. It'll be Eagle ball. Deep way up top with it. He'll drive. All the way to the corner. He'll lob it back up top to Trey. Riley Polly with the hold. Trey's first is good. Trey second, no good. Big Cougar ball. Riley Polly will go up for the reversal. It's no good. A foul called. Trey Souls shooting 2 again. First, no good. Second's also no good. He'll cross the line with Cougar ball again. 3 seconds left, 4-point game. A full timeout called for the Cougars. Three seconds left in the fourth quarter. It'll be Cougar ball. Riley Parley from far, no good. That will be game. It'll be Ness City Eagles 62, Otis-Bison Cougars 58. How's game? Next week we have Maxville and Ellenwood. Ellenwood at home, Maxville away. Those will be tough games. So make sure you stick around and watch those. And yeah, if you drove here, drive home safe.
down. Alright, so